Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
Hey, folks, how's it going? How we doing today? Let me get some pretzel going. For some reason, my audio is... And before anybody says anything, no, this doesn't count as an audio problem. It's just that the audio levels on my monitor are really low. I gotta fix that real quick. And turn off my speakers, for that matter. Whew. I think my monitor level is just set very, very low for some reason. Well, the audio is fine for you guys, and that's great. But it's quiet for me, and I think it has something to do with my audio settings right here in OBS. Now, I think we got our audio issues as they relate to the storm report worked out. I think so. We're going to find out a little bit later, and God knows that is going to be exciting. Let me tell you what. Project Dark Fox. 7 months of subscribing. 7-month streak. Celebrate it like it's your birthday because it's Dark Foxes. Project Dark Fox. What is there to say? There are no words. There are no words except, I mean, okay, I guess there are words, you know?
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
I guess society kind of got together at a certain point and agreed that there were, in fact, some words, and those words were, you know, happy birthday. So, a very happy birthday to you, Dark Fox. Why is it so quiet? Why? That's no good. I can barely hear my own music. And that's silly. It's silly, guys. Hang on. No, that's all good. Okay. It's really just through my headphones that it's really quiet. So I'm glad that everything's working for you guys. We can check off the stream affecting audio issues. I would just like to hear my own music if OBS would permit that to be a thing. And I wonder why it's not. Advanced audio monitoring, that's great, but there's no audio level for the monitor, which is confusing. Welcome to chat, everybody, by the way. Samare lore friendly. Yeah, there's a weird guy on the screen. I know, who is that guy? What does he keep doing on that camera? It's confusing. Who the hell would pay money to see his face? It's disgusting. We got Machine God. We got Samare. We got Siestinator Rio. We got Data Nerd, who has a Twitch account now, and thank you very much for the follow earlier. I saw that. There's Cat Ion and Datron Voltari. And any second now, I'm going to be able to hear my own goddamn music. Son of a bitch. If I turn it up here. Is that too loud? Did the music just go up a whole lot? Yeah, I think it did, didn't it? Let me... Yeah. Fixing. Sorry. Okay, so, it appears that I may have worked out my issues as far as, you know, having sound on the storm report so that people can post audio clips and videos and such, and you guys can actually hear them. But in the process, I'd sacrifice my ability to hear anything on the stream, and I wish I knew why that was. It wasn't the case a little while ago. Hang on, let me try something. That doesn't make any sense, because I was hearing it over monitor before. What have I changed? What have I changed? Hang on, let me try something. Okay, cranking monitor on my Scarlett Solo doesn't help. That just makes my voice really loud. I'm not having any trouble hearing my own voice through my microphone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Fucking Audio Problems with Thunderhead. gain is right. Everything's powered properly. It's just that my monitor is super duper quiet. Hang on, I'm going to try to find a solution right quick, and if I can't get it sorted in just a minute, I'm just going to accept that my music's going to be real quiet for tonight.
Here at
And then we're
Thunderhead
gonna get into a
Studio,
little bit
we
of work.
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Alright, let's see. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Another person having that issue. No, that's not helping me. Let's see. This is how OBS treats me. Like, I really didn't change anything from last time. I thought to myself, maybe it's because I've got my standard audio set to desktop speakers. And, you know what, at this point, yeah, you get the audio problem square, because I've been talking about it for a few minutes and trying to sort it out. I tried to claim that it wasn't valid just a few minutes ago. You don't get the square. At this point, I'm having a hard time telling that particular lie. How's it doing? And it can't be because of what I've set my audio source to in Windows, because I never was getting this sound over standard channels. This was always coming through OBS monitor. It's like my OBS is just really quiet. It's not my Scarlett Solo, because my monitor from my mic is coming through just as loud and clear as it ever is. Yeah, White Wolf, we're gonna spend the first few minutes just kinda mucking about. I have multiple channels set up in OBS. Yes, I have almost everything in OBS. Speaking of which, Pretzel's still working. Everything in OBS I've got set up right now with virtual audio cables for the most part. Like, Pretzel's got its own virtual audio cable, the chatbot has its own virtual audio cable, and then the only time I ever hear anything is then through the monitor. I'm not hearing anything over standard desktop audio, because, like, if you take Pretzel with the way its audio output is set up and just play it, and you have your desktop speakers on, like, nothing happens. Unless you've got something set up to receive its digital audio cable.
Battlemechs.
That's the only way.
I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
And I'm wondering if I somehow adjusted the volume of OBS overall, but I don't know how I would have done that, because now I can't find any such thing. No, it's not an output. There is no volume option at all under audio. Under advanced for monitoring device, there's no volume control whatsoever. There's no volume control under the mixer that affects monitor, that affects overall volume, and when I turn that up to a point where I can hear it well, it blasts your eardrums out. And the only thing that's bothering me about it, I would just move past it immediately, but I want to give it one more minute, and that's only because when it plays alerts, now I'm not hearing them very well, and that is frustrating. Check my overall. Let me see. What happens if I switch this? Oh, I sorted it. I fixed it, you guys. There it is, right there. Okay, so you want to know what it was? It's real dumb. It's real dumb. Oh, okay. Whenever I was using my Focusrite last time, whenever I had my audio routed directly to my Scarlett Solo, I must have turned the audio way down for some reason. God knows what I was doing. Something was too loud, I turned it down. And then this time, instead of having my standard audio set up that way, I'm being clever and using the very particular form of audio black magic that I have to use to get Discord to play properly here in the stream. And I just had my standard audio selected for primary Windows audio. Because that's the way that I can get Discord to... I get Discord to play over whatever Windows. That's the only thing Discord will do. It will play its sound over whatever device I have selected in my standard Windows audio mix. 99 bottles of paint on the wall,
99 bottles of paint.
So much more than 99
Take one
now.
down, shake it
so
around.
I have like 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Oh wow, I forgot that was the number that he picked. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys. What's going on? What's going on in life? What's going on in the world? What's going on right here, right now? I don't know. I don't know. I do know one thing. I got a box.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
So much more shame. Now that our audio is fixed and I can actually hear what the fuck is going on. Why don't we take a look at what Kursala sent me? What's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah. Hang on, I blanked out addresses here. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Any identifying information. Because, well, it's not that I don't trust you guys. It's just that I don't trust anyone, really. You know, it's the internet. The internet is responsible for many nefarious things. Let's go ahead and get this open. So I know that I know of one of the things that is in this box, but apparently there are other things. So I thought we'd go ahead and open it on stream and find out what those other things were. Oh god, cats haunting the I don't know if I wanna... If this box is haunted, I don't want to open it at all, let alone on stream. What's gonna come shooting out of this thing, cat? What have you done to it? What's going on, Samuel White? It's good to see ya. Been painting a mini with my new wet palette, been working real nice, and even 15 minutes of highlights has added a lot. You know, and that's the thing you find when you get more confident in your color choices and your methods, and you have a palette that doesn't force you to rush, you actually work faster than you think you might. Not haunted. A Data Nerd says it's not haunted, but Kat was just saying she was actively haunting it, so I'm a little bit concerned. Rattles chains. Ooh. I don't know, Kursala's acting a little bit sus. Do I want to open the box, guys? I guess we should go ahead and probably take a look inside. Hey, Carbonic Acid, how you doing today? Good to see ya. Hey, is there some weed? Is that a little baggie of weed? Oh no, it's flocking. Sorry. It could have been. You know, I'm in Colorado. Oh, this is some of your moon dust? It's a little baggie of the good shit, man. Oh, God. I think there was a little bit on the outside there. That was a mistake. Oh. That was my fault. Oh. Okay, don't get high on the moon dust, guys. That's... Oh. It's like wasabi, but worse, and not as flavorful. God damn. Isn't that how Cave Johnson... Oh, shit, that is how Cave Johnson died, isn't it? Yeah. He was from all the moon dust exposure. Hey, though, it does appear that we got a little bit of the moon dust mixture from Kursala's new venture, which, damn it, oh, I should have had it written down so I could remember. I've only heard the name a few times. Is it... Alright, Kursala, help me out here and correct me when I inevitably get it wrong. Is it... It's Rainy something. Rainy Creek? Rainy River? I can see the logo that you guys came up with in my head. Kursala, help me out. I'm sorry. Rainy River. I knew it was two R's, and I knew that there was a Rainy, and I wasn't sure what the other R could be. Rainy River Designs, which I'm looking forward to being able to actually purchase directly from here in the near future. But yeah, we got some of this moon dust. I gotta find an excuse to use this now. I'll tell you, we got... Did Kursala just get it wrong? Oh, I don't feel as bad now. You might be sleeping on the couch tonight, though, Kursala. I don't know if I can help you with that, man. That's just, you know, there are consequences to actions. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Thank you for the moon dust. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find, well, I'm working on something right now. I've got something coming up, hopefully before the end of the year. It's probably gonna occupy my design time for the next, month and a half or so, which should just about match up with an end of the year release that is going to be very, very relevant to this, and I think I'll be able to use some of this on it, and I'm going to need some mechs to go along with it, so this will be perfect. Perfect for doing some basing. You know what I can do, too? I can take a little time to do a little bit of green stuff, sculpting, or maybe do a little bit of blender sculpting for some bases that have some lunar-esque craters to use the moon dust on. Yeah. Maybe I should see what else is in the box. Oh! Ooh! Let's have a look. Oh my god, there's a bunch of things. I've been focused on the little baggie of moon dust. And there are at least 5 other things. Let's have a look at what they are. We have the Falx. Is this a pulse variant? I've been waiting to get my hands on one of these. One of these Falx tanks that Kursala's been working on for the last little while. Refining and showing us right here on the stream. Ooh. Hang on, I'm getting it jammed up in the baggie like a moron because I let the turret seat inside the bag, which is dumb. It's a dumb. I did it dumb. Let's fix it. Okay, there we go. What'd I drop? Well, we got a little piece of the gun barrel. What resin are you using for this, Kursala? It has a nice feel to it. Or are you just curing it more than I do mine? I guess that's theoretically possible. We got a little missile plug for the hull of the tank here. We've got another little missile plug for the hull of the tank here. A couple of tread sections. And our turret. Nice. Very nice. And this would go on here. And the details on this thing came out nice. I'm just going to hold one of these tread sections in. Which way does it go? Probably with the wheels facing to the outside. That would seem to make sense from what I understand of how tanks function. Are they wheels? I mean, I guess they are wheels, but is there... What is the proper nomenclature?
When
is
watching
road?
Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then pull it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Look extra great tonight. How you doing, Flavorlicious? Road wheels? Would that be the actual name for them? I was going to ask Rogue. I'm sure he would know what
warm, fuzzy feeling.
What the nomenclature is.
Maybe it's just my allergies.
I guess that's entirely possible. Our daughter's watching and so concerned about you breaking. I mean, look, I appreciate the concern, but I am an experienced modeler and an experienced streamer, and something like that would be incredibly... Oh, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I've got it. And then we got our little pulse laser. And go right in there, yeah? Pew, 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 pew. And let's see, where does this guy go? Goes in like... Oh, hang on. I'll do it with the turret out. Seats down like so. Yeah. Oh, I dropped it. Okay. I got sticky fingers, apparently. Yeah. That's going to sit in there. And then the other missile launcher, SRM-4, is going to slot right about there. Do I have that right? I think I've got that right. Yeah. And then on here. It's well subdivided, this whole thing. I might pull a Cybern and put some magnets in this. I don't know. Maybe my pride is too strong to allow such a thing, but something tells me I don't actually have any. And there you got a tank. Ladies and gentlemen, I love the design of this thing so much. These sloped plates, and I know I've said this before, I'm just going to say it again. In the initial design phases when Kursala was messing around with doing these sloped plates, I remember thinking and even saying, I remember kind of softly at the time, I was saying like, I don't know, They might be a little extreme. They might not look good. They look a little cartoonish. Haha, maybe you should tone it down. This is a fantastic example to me of how you need to over-exaggerate the details in a 3D model for 3D printing, particularly something at this scale. You have to. In the 3D printing process, a little bit of your detail is just going to be lost in the translation from, you know, a mathematically precise series of formulas that a CAD project is rendering for you, and, you know, dipping a plate into a pool of UV reactive resin and shining a series of ultraviolet pixels at it. Like, there's gonna be something lost in the translation. It's inevitable. And by over-exaggerating the details and by deepening them to a point where they might look a little ridiculous in CAD, what you actually wind up with are details that you can see on the final product. And that's what we have here on the Falx tank, on these flank and top sort of armadillo plates. This is a wonderfully inspired design, and while it's definitely, I wouldn't want to, and I don't think you would, I wouldn't want to, and here down the side too, it looks really nice. I think that it would be a mistake to take this particular design and just apply it to, you know, literally everything that you design from this point forward, but at the same time, using this style of plating in a few areas on a number of things to sort of suggest that, well, these are all made by the same company. That could be really cool. That could be really cool, because that's something companies do. They've got, you know, they have proprietary aesthetics and patterns, and I like to stroke the tank. I like to spend the time stroking Kursala's Falx. Oh, it feels so nice. The pulse laser, it is warm. It pulses under my fingers. Don't let your daughter watch that. That's wildly inappropriate. Wildly inappropriate. Thank you so much for the Falx tank. Yeah, we're going to be doing this guy up as a Storm Chaser. Most certainly. Why the hell not? Storm Chasers could use some armored accompaniment. We haven't put any thought into that so far. All they've been are mechs. I'm going to set this aside for the moment. Let's see what we got wrapped up. Ooh! Yeah, I really needed to cut that scotch tape with a fucking X-Acto blade. That was very necessary. We got a Toad Smasher. All printed up and in one piece. Jesus, Kursala. This thing is huge. I think I might have been, in fact, I'm almost sure that I was, when I was trying to do some of these prints myself and having issues, I was dropping them down to like 90% scale. This thing is massive. I wonder if this is even gonna... Well, it can. It can fit inside the mech bays for the Borealis dropship. It's just, you know, it's a little bit of a tight fit. What can I say? The guy, look at this fucking Orion though. He's rocking the power stance. You know, he's got that 80s hair metal thing going on. Look at all the mobility we have right here, right there in the hips. I'm just trying to see if I can get him to fit without being completely sideways. I mean, he fits. We'll definitely get him in there. He's just going to be, you know, tight quarters. This is what you get from man-spreading in a confined space. Did nobody tell him? You know? I don't think they did. And, of course, the Toad that he is smashing right there under his foot. Oh, look at him. There's a poor little elemental down there getting smashed into the dirt. Fucking clanners, man. I swear. This Orion looks so nice. I really love the cockpit redo that you did on it, man. And yeah, that's a better print than any of the ones I've been getting. Oh, we got a couple more. We got a couple more. I suspect we're going to have at least... there we go. Another Toad Smasher stomping on that fool with his other foot this time. Of the two poses, I do think I like this one the best, Kursala. We're going to wind up doing both of them. But, I like this pose because he's stomping on the elemental. But he's not like this one, and don't get me wrong, they're both fantastic. This one is like, he's going out of his way to stomp on the elemental. He's focused on the elemental. He's like, yeah, I feel like this one is grinding his foot back and forth as he steps on it, you know? He's taking his time to make sure that tubie isn't going to be getting back up. This dude looks like he stepped on it almost as an afterthought. He's like, he stepped on the elemental, and he's looking this way. You know, his weapons are still focused on enemies that he has ahead of him. He's ready to hit the next guy that comes into his targeting reticle. And he's moved on. He's like, yeah, whatever, dead elemental. Sure, whatever, you're not even worth my notice. Punk ass tubies. Alright, let's see what else we got. Or did we get just multiples of the Toad Smashers? I can't remember. Yeah, we got multiples. This is fantastic, because now I can do Storm Chaser version, and I can do something else. Since they're Orions, Kursala, don't be offended if these wind up as first Free World Guard. That is almost guaranteed. When I think Orion, I think Free Worlds League, and when I think Free Worlds League, I think first guard. I think of the sort of off-white with the purple accents. It's always been just one of my favorite official Battletech color schemes. Not just because it's purple, you know, yes, largely because it's purple. Okay, fine. I am incredibly predictable. What did you log into? What am I seeing? Why is it's so dark blue, the name there? Grislane Trocker? Is that... am I reading that right? I'm sorry. For some reason, it's rendered you dark blue, and okay, Grislane Trocken. Well, I mean, that was close. Orion's Balls Crushing Elemental. Well, he's not... okay, we're not quite at the level of teabagging the elementals. That comes later, when I pose the files myself. One needs to be a Storm Chaser, and the others are totally up to me. And this is going to be another one of the other style. Yeah. These all came out really nice. Kursala, thank you so much for sending these, man. Because for whatever reason, I was struggling to print these. And yeah, yours definitely came out better than mine. I don't know what the issue is, because you sent me the files twice. But each time that I printed them, I wound up with a void space here behind the missile launcher. I wound up with a void space here behind the knee, and I wound up with a big void here in the torso, to the point where it just went and came right apart. I don't know what happened there. I do not know, but for whatever reason, I was really struggling to print these, so Kursala, thank you so much for sending me these mechs. The Orion is... now, I know that I talk about mechs a lot, and I talk about what my favorite ones are, and I make a lot of arguments for the more humanoid mechs, like our Griffins. Really, a lot of the ones from Dougram and the original anime series... the original anime series that they bought the designs from, like Robotech and Macross. And I know that I love these humanoid ones with hands that hold the weapons and that look more like people, but I love the Orion. The Orion, it's hideous, isn't it? Like, am I wrong? I love the Orion, but it's ugly, right? It's boxy, its head is like a weird shape, it's got sort of asymmetrical gun arms, it's got one shoulder that's all off to the side like a fucking hunchback. It's a hideous abomination. It's like a fridge with legs that fires missiles out of the icebox, and there's just something about me that loves it for that. It's not trying to look cool. You know, it's not like a lot of those, like clan mechs that are like, you know, they don't look humanoid, but then they're like sleek and aggressive. They look like a hunting beast, like a predator. Ooh, they're spooky. And the Orion's like, whatever, motherfucker, I've got like 30 weapons. Look, we needed to put the LRM-15 someplace, okay? It's in my shoulder. Deal with it, nerd. Okay, I wasn't talking about the Daishi specific. Okay, obviously, it doesn't apply to every single mech, Samara. There are some clan mechs out there that are butt ugly, don't get me wrong. But they're butt ugly in a way that I don't approve of as much. All the ones with the goofy little... okay, you know, no, that's a lie. I don't hate the clan mechs that have the shelf. You know the ones I'm talking about. With the shelf on top of their heads. The Mad Dog, the Vulture, I can't complain too much about that one. It's a good-looking mech. It is. But, you know, there's always going to be exceptions to the rules. The Fire Moth is something... no, the Fire Moth doesn't have the shelf. The Fire Moth has the, like, straight-up fucking orangutan arms going on like this. It's something completely different. Backpedal faster. He realizes he said something stupid. Fix it. Fix it. Yeah, I feel like the adder has what I'm talking about. The adder, hang on. Speaking of vultures, I love this one. I still haven't painted it, but I love it. It's such a great looking one. This is the one based on the intro from MechWarrior 3. Like this ugly son of a bitch. This is the shelf that I'm talking about. It's a good mini. It's a good print. No, this is not my paint cup that I'm drinking from. No. But there are a number of clan mechs that have this shelf, this hood, this whatever the fuck it is, and it's ugly. I don't know why they keep doing it. I mean, I guess, you know, it's a visual style that sets them apart, and obviously it appeals to somebody. I've always felt like it's strange. A cowl. That's probably a good word for it, Grizzlane. A cowl. Or a mantle. No, that would be more like around the neck, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's kind of a cowl. I want to say, Kursala, that this was... Yeah, the Daishi has it, the Masakari. To protect from attacks from above. Who the hell is attacking them from above so much that they need to invest that much armor plating on the top of it? Like, holy shit. How many DFAs are you getting? Elementals. Damn you guys with your halfway reasonable... Look, I'm just trying to make vaguely rhetorical points and you know, hate things for no reason without actually having to learn the reason that anybody put them on them. Can't you just let me have my hate fantasies? Do I get to come in with these, like, reasons and logic and arguments and points? You know who isn't afraid of fucking elementals raining down from the sky and strike fighters shooting them in the top of the head? That's right, the Griffin. The Griffin, he doesn't give a shit about your elementals. He doesn't give a shit about your aerospace fighters or your death from above. He's like, give me a sunroof. You know why? Let me ask you, Chad, do you know why that is? Can you give me an answer as to why this pilot here is so comfortable with this much cockpit glass? It's simple. You ready? Because he's got balls. Because inner sphere pilots are real men. Not like those clowns. No, I'm not going to start that. It's because he's based on, you know, an anime that was drawn in 1983. And that designer thought it looked cool. That's why he looks that way. As much as I would like it to be, for a cooler reason than that. There goes Waffles the Wonder Fish, stating without any room for argument that everyone knows the best looking clan mech is the Rakshasa. Wait, hold on. That can't be. There's something wrong with that, though, isn't there? I've got paint all over my shirt, I just realized. Like, I sat down, and I've just got these little tiny splatters of white paint. I guess it's not white paint, it's probably Kills Primer. I was painting a barn earlier this week. It was exciting. This is a nice vulture, though. Like, I just picked it up, and I realized, like, I should put some paint on this guy at some point. This one is also from Ion Raptor. We have a Timberwolf at home. The Timberwolf at home. The Rakshasa. I actually like the Rakshasa. I think it looks pretty cool. Admittedly, there have been a few different drawings and renditions of the Rakshasa, and some of them don't look great. It is. That is exactly what it is, Rogue 19K. It's the inner sphere going, that Timberwolf, that Mad Cat is pretty badass. We should make one. And trying and getting, you know, close. Everybody loves to hate the Rakshasa. I think the Rakshasa is cool. You know what? I like the Rakshasa, and I think the Atlas is stupid. So there you go. Deal with that. There's your hot take for the day. I'm not even saying it looks good. Alright, let me put this vulture aside here. I've also got actually a Mad Cat done in the same style. That if I'm going to paint some clan mechs, these are the style that I'm going to do. I like these sort of blockier versions they had from MechWarrior 3, Mech 4. And I'm pretty sure Ion Raptor did all of these. It's a real nice model. Mech 3, yeah, that's what I thought. Is this one from Blar? I thought this one was from Ion Raptor. It's been a while since I printed this. I'll have to dig up the file. Not 3, it's 4. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, because one of these... Because this isn't the file directly from it. Obviously, they took the original file and they added a number of details that were in the texture in Mech 4. But yeah, I was pretty sure that these were the files from Mech 4 that were modified. Either way, I think as far as a Mad Cat goes, I think this is pretty goddamn good looking. It suffers a little bit from the fact that I don't think the mesh was smoothed very well. You can see on top here these little, lines from the polygonal nature of this front dome. But overall, the sculpt is very nice. Blar. Okay. Let me put these guys aside. Clan mechs. We're going to get into some painting some Inner Sphere classics here in a second. I wanted to take one moment and show off something I'm proud of. Okie dokie, the files for this big son of a bitch are going to be becoming available in the immediate future. I'm going to have them going over to Steel Warrior Studios midweek. By the end of the month is the promised time that I've given him. And as you can see, this first tester I'm doing right now is currently just a mess of individual parts, including separately printing engine nozzles and such, and these little back engines that go on here. But the part that I want to show you, the part that I'm really pleased with, and of course this isn't a final one because after I printed this one, I added a pin segment here so that what this does is this slots down on, I'll do it with one of these because that one is different. Each and every one of these is a different iteration because I keep prototyping and printing as I go. So you got your mech bay section here, and all the sections fit on the same way. They slot down onto the spine like so, and now there's a pin, because I wasn't happy with... You could lift this thing from anywhere on the chassis except the bays, because if you lift the bays from the bottom, they have a tendency to lift off like that, you see? And I was like, maybe that's good enough. I didn't really want to complicate the design too much, but they are. They are, Datron, they are meant to detach and be interchangeable, and in fact there are a few other sections that you can put on here in place of the mech bays, because the idea is that the Borealis dropship, and the one that it is loosely based on, is also able to be used as... So there are 5 cargo bays. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 modular bays that attach to the spine, and then this forward section is another standard cargo bay. This always fits standard cargo up here, and you can see there's a little loading ramp sculpted into the front of it here. But then these 4 are interchangeable. There's a gas/liquid version of these that you slot down on here, and there are some tanks for storing gas and liquid. There's a standard cargo version that just has like a bunch of shipping containers. There is an aerospace asset version that can hold a hangar bay for 2 aerospace assets to fly out and do their thing. Like it's really, the whole point of it was modularity. But okay, so now there's going to be a pin that locks in here. So what you do is you take this, you put it down, you slide the pin in, you close the door, and now you can lift it from the whole thing. And that's all well and good, but I want to show you the part that really excited me. And I really feel like I got these doors, like, just perfect. It took a number of iterations. The last one I think I showed you guys was real stiff. Like, you had to really, to get it open. But this guy is like, you can snap it right open, drop this guy down, and there's the internals of your mech bay. And I've tested this with some pretty damn large models. It is as large as I could possibly get it, while still having literally every part of this fit within the 33mm hex scheme, because if you look at the top of this, you can see where the hexes are. You can absolutely see where the hexes are. And each one is fully supported, because there's a hex right there, and there's a hex right there, yeah, and there's a hex right there, and then there's half a hex right here, and you're supported by the other one on the other side. Like, this whole thing fits into the 33mm hex grid when you lay it down. And even internally, like this spot where you're standing, where your mech is going to go when you go to open the bay, that's standing inside a legal 33mm hex. And then there's another one right here that is supported, and another one right here that is supported, and then these ones are marked here. So really, like, you can play this on a hex map. I tried to make them subtle enough that you could still use this without any hexes, and it does, yeah. Now, admittedly, the King Crab is one of those holy shit it just fits kind of deals, and you have to turn him a little bit kind of to one side to get it to go. But yeah, you can get a King Crab in there. That makes me think we should do one of these up for Comstar. Look at that. And listen to that click. This is the part that I'm really excited. Well, this is one of the two parts I'm going to show you that I'm really excited about. But you close it up here, you bring it down here, and you just squeeze the teeniest little bit. You hear that click? I'm so happy with that. It's just right. And I mean, it's... secure enough. Pop it right open, and your mech is ready to go. Now, the other part of this that I wanted to point out was these hinges are entirely 3D printed. And I worked out a way to print, because the way it works is this is just a rod from here to here. You can see it at the sides because I haven't clipped it off. This is a plastic rod. Now, when you print rods out of FDM, if you're printing them vertically, they're weak as shit because it's a series of layers. So each layer is a circle going along it, and those layers can just snap right off. These print horizontally. Now, the traditional issue with that is when you try to print a rod horizontally, it winds up being flattened on one side. Redesign the mech pods as a game accessory for carrying your army. I mean, you could put your lance into this ship and toss it into a bag and bring it along to your local game store. It's maybe not the most efficient use of space for just 4 mechs, you know, since you don't actually have to have engines capable of lifting off into space and whatnot. But you can do it. But I managed to get this to print in such a way with some built-in, easy-to-snap-off supports that it's round all the way through, and the layers go, perpendicular to the circumference? Diameter? I think it would be circumference in this case. It's perpendicular to the circumference of the rod. So you print these rods. They are so goddamn strong. JS Twitch with the tier 1 gift sub going over to Lore Friendly. JS, thank you so much, man. Yeah, by the way, hit me up either via email or on Facebook. It's easier to communicate there. And just hit me with any particular questions you have about the camera setup, man. I'm very happy to help you out. But what I want to point out is that by printing it this way, with the layer lines going the way they are, and having these hinges work entirely with 3D print, I mean, I'm just going to try to break it, okay? I'm going to try to break it. And I think I probably can. If I can get a good grip. Just by pulling it this way across the rod here, alright? You get some leverage here. Oh, okay. So that's what it takes to break these hinges. This shit is not going to break.
You know,
unless you're really trying to do it.
It really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
So much of it. And then I'm going to push the rod out here, and I'm going to replace it with another one. But I mean, this shit's free. Look at this. This is just a little piece of plastic that you can run off on your printer. And it fits tightly enough, you don't even have to glue it. Which is pretty sweet. Look at this. I literally, if you can see it here, I literally bent the plastic holding the pin in before the hinge itself actually broke. You can see that right there. They're separately printed, Machine God. You print out the doors separately. You print, okay, so the way it works is you print the bay, you print each of the doors separately, you print 2 of the pins, you put the door on, you run the pin through, and then you've got a complete set. I'm so happy with how this came out. It took a lot of testing, but the fit is just, it's just perfect. And as usual, it's ultimately flat across the top, even with the details. And it's all supportless. I'm very, very happy. I told Steel Warrior at the beginning, like, I'm just gonna try to do the whole thing supportless. Every single goddamn piece of this thing. That's what I wanted to do. So that's what I saved it. I was testing it earlier for the wife. I was like, look, you can't break it. And I was like, I probably can. I want to try it on stream. I want to show people how hard it is to actually break. You're not going to break this by accident. You don't have to worry about this thing. This whole damn thing, honestly, because of the way that I've designed it to print not only supportless, but with all of the details oriented for maximum strength. Like, these pieces print vertically. Like so. So that any stress being applied in the way that it's going to be applied to the door, which is this way, is being applied to layers that are printed this way. Like, this is not going to come apart because it's essentially solid plastic the whole way through. Whereas if you were to bend it this way, which it never will because that's not how it's oriented, like, you could potentially snap it in half this way. There's so much thinking that I feel like more people need to do with 3D printing as far as, how are the layers arranged in this piece? How am I going to get maximum strength out of this? And I do that because I want you to take these to your friendly local game store, when there isn't a plague. I want you to take these to conventions. I want you to feel comfortable with your fancy schmancy items that you got. I want you to feel like, I'm not going to break this. And that's been my worry with so many things. It's fancy, but I'm gonna break it, and it's expensive. This shit, like, you really are not. It's, this is durable as all hell. I mean, you take it and you start manhandling it and mangling it, eventually you're gonna break a piece off. But you take this thing, you close up all the doors, you chuck it into a box with the rest of your Thunderhead Studio, Hex Tech, or whatever terrain, it's gonna be fine. The worst you're gonna do is scuff the paint a little bit. None of this is coming apart. And I'm so pleased with that. And so I'm going to stop talking about this in a second and actually get to doing some painting, but I'm going to do an exploded view for everybody of all the parts that ultimately, because you see, like, on the back here, the engines here print separately so that I can do some details that wouldn't have printed well flat, and you just print those separately and lock them in. And there are a number of pieces like that. But I want to do an exploded view because ultimately this thing comes apart into I didn't want to do like an absurd number of pieces, but as many pieces as are necessary to ensure that each piece prints optimally and then assembles easily. Oh, that pin is in there still. Like so. It's a big bitch. Look at this thing. It's fucking huge. But again, it's all playable. All these hexes are not only marked on top, but they all support. There's an engine here that would support it to go into that hex. You can go here. You can have your dude down in here. You can balance yourself over here, even all the way over here. These are two hexes, which is actually marked better on the other bridge piece, but there's a hex here, and there's a hex here, and each one of these is easily supported. I'll tell you, I'm just going to go ahead and point out my weaknesses here. There are two hexes on this thing that are not well supported, and they're right here. There's a hex here, and there's a hex here, and they're a little fiddly, balance-wise. And I'll tell you, I did just about everything I could to fix that, but there was kind of nothing more I could do without ruining the profile of it. So if you're going to balance on its nose, okay, fine. You might have a little bit of an issue with that. But considering the number of other hexes that you can balance on with no problem on this thing, I just said, fuck it. I'm not going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And then there's a fifth bay in the back, right? No, there's no fifth bay in the back, Samir. There are 4 bays. There's a cargo hold up front, and in the rear you've got... And actually, I think Roland pointed out... Here are the smaller engines that print and go on here. So you end up with 6 engines in the back. There are 4 bays! Roland, I think, pointed out that you may notice some structural similarities here between the Borealis engine array and the engine array of the heavy cruisers from... It doesn't have fins in it, by the way. There are fins that slide in here to give it more of an aerospace look. it's very similar to the engine arrays on the cruisers from the Starship Troopers movie. And I'll just go ahead and tell you, Roland, yes. I might have been watching Starship Troopers when I went, you know, that engine array is pretty cool, actually. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah. And yeah, I totally... okay, so Project Dark Fox gets a lot of credit for this particular design, because I went to Dark Fox and I said, hey man, here's some money. Can you just put your spin onto this dropship to make it a little bit, you know, just different? And try to flatten out the top so that when I'm designing it, it'll be easy for me to make playable hexes. And Dark Fox did it. And this was... So it was drawn from this front angle here. So this would have been the art the Dark Fox sent me was from this angle. And so you didn't have the back of the engines, and of course it's the artist's luxury to just not have to think about the parts that you're not drawing. So the engines are really the part where my creativity kind of came into play. And my creativity went straight to Starship Troopers, so I don't know what that says about me. My request was anything but a leopard, so I'm happy. Yeah, I feel like this really is one of the best dropships for also being hex playable, because it doesn't look odd when it's flat across the top. It looks like it's supposed to be, you know? Oh, it looks like there's a spot for a fifth bay. Oh, yeah, no, there's two engines that go there, and that allows them to stand there. Now, one of the issues that I have had with this is coming up with weapons turrets that look good, print well in FDM, and don't get in the way of the hex positions. And there are a couple of turrets that go here on the sides, and I'm thinking that there's going to be two more that attach to the sides here. For the nose weapons, there are just weapons ports in the very nose. You know, guys, I know that this is a lot to ask. I know it's a lot to ask. When you're sitting down and you're playing a game and you've got a bunch of little robots and you're already imagining a universe in the fucking year 3025 where there are, like, space samurai and shit, to then extend that imagination and go, maybe the weapons are have internal weapons ports. I know that might strain your ability to suppress your disbelief. I'm gonna ask you to do it anyway, because I have some limitations, mechanically speaking. And I think it does everything else pretty well. This thing is fucking huge, by the way. I've been flying it around my room, like, making sound effects. Big. It's a big boy. I'm going to be trying to get one, if not painted completely next week, I'm going to start painting one next week when the files go out to Flav. And there are a few other people who are going to be receiving the files a little bit early, because I'd like some honest feedback. Look like the Tau engine pods from 40K, do they? I honestly, Raurgile, hang on, how am I going to say that? Rargile, yeah, because it's like Argyle. Okay, no, I got it. I'm not actually that familiar with the ship designs for the Tau from 40K. I remember the Manta missile destroyer, but I can't really picture the back of it. Like the Tau Hammerhead one. Do they? Let me think. I remember the Hammerhead because I played Tau in like the early 2000s. No, I guess I can kind of see that, because yeah, it comes back and it splits off, and then there's two engine pods, and it's got like those little vectored thrust fins on it, right? Yeah, I can see that. That wasn't what I was going for, but I can definitely see the similarities. Good old Devilfish. Man, I remember the good old days when the primary strat for playing Tau was a combination of Devilfish loaded with Fire Warriors, some Pathfinders to direct their Hunter-Seeker missiles, and then, like, basically just crisis suits with flamethrowers that could stand on one side of a piece of terrain, and that was back when you could jump over the terrain, use your weapons, and then jump back over. It was bullshit. It was absolutely... because the jump packs gave you an extra 6-inch move, like, after the shooting phase, So that's what we used to do. You'd put them on one side of a rock, you jump over the rock, you light everybody on fire, and then you jump back over and be like, no, you can't shoot back. It was stupid. It was good times, though. That was back when Kroot were viable, for that matter. Damn. Those were the days, guys. Whatever happened to the Kroot? Fish of Fury. Yeah, back then it was all about having that devilfish loaded up with fire warriors so you could swoop in and, well, you used to be able to really deploy them, fire a few times, and get back in without any real trouble, for that matter. I know a 5-year-old who would love to play with that and test its limits flying around. If you want to test like we did with the roads, actually, that would be pretty nice, Data Nerd. I feel pretty confident that you could, once assembled and the initial assembly and glue job is done, you could probably hand this to a child to play with. And I'd be interested to see how they broke it and what parts they broke. Because every single detail that I put on it, I was bearing in mind the orientation it was going to print at, the stresses it would potentially be under. Eldar player's entire army was jet biked. Oh, God. When was that? Was that around 2010? Because around 2010 to 2013... I remember that there were some Tau jet bike strats that were not Tau, Eldar jet bike strats that were just fucking stupid. It was just like, hey, I bought, a bunch of Vipers, so, fuck you. That was not a good time. We're gonna paint Cat. For the love of God, it's a painting stream. Why don't I paint some Soltics, you guys? Let's get started. I've been showing off, but this is what I've been working on this week, you guys. I'm just excited. I'm right at that moment where it's all coming together, and that's such an exciting time. But yeah, I get it. Shots fired, Cat. Jeez. I don't guarantee she'll break it, but she'll enjoy playing with it. Honestly, and this is one of the nice things about 3D printing, is once you guys have the files and you're printing one of your own, like, give one to her. Let her fucking break it, and then tell me how it broke and what it was she was doing when it happened, and I can probably fix it. And you know what? Then you'll be like, okay, it'll cost me less than $20 to make a new one. I'm so... Chaotic Harmony... Okay, let me tell you something, Chaotic Harmony, okay? I've run paint workshops before, alright? That's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You're gonna have paint workshops where just nobody shows up. And you know what? It sucks. It's bullshit, okay? I'm going to tell you something, Chaotic. Don't be discouraged. Don't be discouraged. Try again. Try again. I am telling you, man. Doing a paint workshop in 2020 in particular, like, you have so many things working against attendance right now, and there's definitely a tendency amongst the sort of people who would attend a paint workshop to be like, yeah, I want to do that. And sign up for it on Facebook and click, yes, I will attend. And then wake up the morning of and be like, oh, why did I stay up so late watching Battlestar Galactica? Maybe I'll just fucking sleep in. But I'm telling you, man, keep doing them. Keep trying. If it's something that you want to do, if you keep going, people are going to show up. Particularly once things kind of calm down a little bit. And once you have a name for yourself, too, once you've done a number of them, see, once you get the first few people to show up, and they come out and they've got good reviews, like, that's just it's gonna churn more people into the mix. That's not a good choice of words. I sound like you're putting people into a meat grinder, and that's not what you're doing. My God, I hope not. I got some of my Reaper Black Green. I'm gonna thin it out a little bit, and we're gonna do a base coat. Another one on these Soltics. And then we're going to do a little bit of dry brushing, followed by a wash and some detailing. That's my plan! Now, that brush doesn't belong there. That brush sucks. Where's the brush I was using last time? Why don't I ever clean my desk, you guys? Why am I so lazy? It's shameful. There you are. It only took me an hour to get to it this time. We had a lot to talk about. I had a lot to talk about. You know? What are you gonna do? let's thin down this black-green plenty, because I don't need but one good thin coat over what I've already put down. These are the guys I started working on last week. I just want to get them to a visually acceptable point so that I can use them for product pictures with the Borealis dropship. One lance of Earth Federation Soltics coming right up, governor. It really does suck, Chaotic. I'm sorry that nobody showed up, man, but I'm telling you, don't be discouraged. If you paint it, they will come. Oh, I need a glove. I'm gonna wind up with paint hand yet again. Painted up a turret today. I saw that in the blue colors, yeah? Did you decide if you were doing Davion or Steiner? To see the Adama maneuver one more time. God. Okay, so I am rewatching, actually, right now, Battlestar Galactica, because I'm trying, with an open mind, and with the retrospect of how badly the last few years have just sucked ass, and with the memory of how, this sucks, I felt when I got to the end of Battlestar Galactica, I think maybe the universe has lowered my standards enough to the point where now I can appreciate it, which I realize sounds incredibly conceited as I say it out loud. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to give it another shot. I'm going to get all the way through to the end, and I'm actually going to watch the whole last episode instead of turning it off halfway through like I did last time. Which, again, yeah, it was a little bit conceited. Okay, fine. No. I may actually leave that the way that it is without the second base coat. Because it actually has left kind of a not terrible gradient on some parts that I think I can play up with the dry brush. So I'm just going to base coat this other one here real quick. And that's just because its green wound up being real yellow. Should start the legs. And hell, maybe I should use one of my painting handles for God's sake. I mean, not necessarily that specifically, Rogue. I'm always giving you shit about something, though. Everybody have fun doing, or even watching Thursday's stream when we did Among Us. I know I had a pretty good time. It was certainly interesting. Jason Ash question: get normal built warp if your built is too tight to your printer. Jason Ash, I'm going to need you to clarify that question. Normal built warp. Belt? Belt warp? Normal I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Give that one another run and I'd be happy to answer it for you. Belt. Are you asking, can you get issues with warping if your belt is too tight? I think that there is such a thing as too tight, but it's hard to get. You're more likely to wind up with belts that are too loose. Just bought Among Us, Commissar Elusive, fantastic, you can get in the next night. It's only a $5 game. I'm looking for more excuses to give them more money, because they're only charging $5 fucking. It's a brilliant game, it's so simple. It's not like he came up with the idea for the game. It's existed for a long time in the form of things like, you know, Secret Hitler and Werewolf and whatnot. It's a classic party game, but he just, you know, made it very palatable and charming. And easy to access. Hell yeah, Data Nerd, get in on it. I think we'll be a little bit more organized last time. After watching, because, okay, I went back and I watched Chaotic's version of the stream, and I just want to say, Chaotic... Chaotic is a slippery fucker, you guys. Some of the tricks I saw him pull off, and seeing him talking about the game when he was muted on the general chat and realizing what was going on when I didn't know what Chaotic was doing, and I remember some of this stuff too. Like the body would be reported, and the first thing Chaotic would say when we got into the chat, he would just start talking, and I'm like, and I'm watching his. I'm like, he just murdered that dude. He just did it. And he sounds so believably accusatory after. Watching him do shit like initiate a sabotage and then go back and fix the sabotage for the sole purpose of taking suspicion off of himself. It makes me so happy, though, to watch the one game where he thought that somebody was coming after him, that somebody was chasing him down, and he was like, oh, there's Thunderhead. I'm going to go hang out with Thunderhead. Thunderhead's going to save me. Going to take the suspicion off me and protect me from the slippery, nasty murderer who's over here. Hang out with me, Thunderhead. Yeah, let's do some stuff together. And I hung out with him for as long as it took the cooldown to go off, and then I ripped his fucking head off. And you know, I picked the wrong buddy, he says. Oh, yes, you did. You picked the wrong buddy, my friend. The wrong buddy. That was a good one, though. I like that one. You just served yourself up to me on a platter. And yeah, admittedly, a few times there, yeah, I was just like, you know, I don't even care if I get caught. I'm just gonna kill Chaotic. It was worth it. It was worth it. I'm not really all that good at that game, I realized. Watching Chaotic play was educational. I picked up some tricks that I hadn't really considered before that I'm going to work into my gameplay next time. Hey, what's up, Dave's Mini Art? How you doing? How's the Marvel painting coming, my man? We're going to have a good amount of Marvel painting going on here over the winter. I'm going to be going back through some of the ones I've already painted, trying to do a better job on them, because these minis are going to be, you know, mine, and obviously I have to do a better job on mine than on other people's. Right? Yeah. The double stack kill was crazy. That was insane. And it was just random. You had no way of knowing who it was you were going to kill. Y'all just ran into the stack of people and clicked kill a guy and relied on the chaos to survive. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Cat's all over them. Cat, you're so great. Chat, can we just take a moment? Just take one moment out of your busy day watching Thunderhead's fucking stupid-ass rambling stream where he talks about how Battlestar Galactica isn't cool enough. And just say, you know, thanks, Cat. Because if I'm being honest, and I very rarely am, I'm always honest, if it weren't for Cat, this stream would fucking suck. Maybe it wouldn't suck, but it would be struggling more than it is. It absolutely would be. Kat is a very good friend of mine that I've known since we were in high school. And after I joined the Army, I didn't see her
if you don't respect
ever again.
The cat, you're gonna get the bat.
I moved away. I went off into the big world, and I don't know, Kat and I, you know, we didn't really communicate. And then we got back in touch fairly recently after we maintained a little bit of communication over the years. But then, you know, I started streaming again, and she wanted some advice on painting minis and 3D printing, and I gave it, and blah, blah, blah. And it's just, you know, we remembered how cool it was being friends. Kat, I think we're probably better friends now than we actually were in high school, but I think that's a good thing, honestly, because I was kind of a douchebag in high school. I don't know if you remember it that way, but I remember it that way. I was a dick. And yeah, before anybody says it, more so than now. Thanks, guys. But really, Kat, thank you so much. I appreciate all of your help, and I just want you to know, I don't take any of it for granted. If you stopped showing up one day and you were like, all right, I'm done, my response to that would be, thanks for your help. Thanks for being here. I mean, I haven't deserved the help that I've got so far, so you've gone above and beyond the Call of Duty more times than I can say. All right, I'll stop gushing. I just want everybody to know that Kat's the fucking best. Project Dark Fox, you're fucking awesome too, man. Don't get me wrong, I don't have as many, you know, back in the day stories about you, but that's neither of our fault, to be fair. Boop. But you know, it's important to remember what my mom always told me, Project Dark Fox. The third wheel is what makes it a tricycle. You were a toad? Cat, I knew some toads in high school and you weren't one of them. Alright, let's do a wee little bit of dry brushing on these other... Well, you know, now that I've done this... Maybe a couple of spots of green-black. Now this is particularly thin. It's not gonna hurt. There's a few thin spots on this base coat. Just to even everything out. Not everywhere, but I'll use it like I would a shade. Or a shadow. How's everybody doing today? How are things? How's your weekend? How's your Sunday? I hope you're keeping it together because, man, let me tell you, 2020 is a trial. It's a real trial, and it's not that we don't have more ahead of us, and it's not that I want to dwell on the state of things or anything like that, but I think it is foolhardy to think that 2020 hasn't been kind of hard on absolutely everybody, no matter whether you disagree with them on shit or not. Ugh. Maintaining mental health this year has been hard. Real hard. And I'll say you guys have been a big part of it for me. Not how hard it's been to maintain mental health, but part of me maintaining my mental health. You guys have helped me keep it together a few times when I might have just flipped out and started, I don't know, flinging crap at the walls or whatnot. You know, more than usual. It is a dumpster. Like, particulars and, you know, which team people subscribe to or whatever, all that aside, like, I've been alive now for 33 years, going on 34, and by this point, I've been an adult for enough of the years I've been alive that I feel somewhat confident in comparing a number of those years. You know, even in my 20s, I didn't feel as confident with it, because I'm like, yeah, but I've been around for so few of them, like, what do I really know compared to some people? Well, now I've been around for enough that I can compare them, and let me tell you, even taking off the rose-colored glasses and viewing the 90s for what they really were, like, man, this year fucking sucks. I was there in 2001, I remember how much shit sucked then. This sucks so much worse. But, you know, silver linings, we didn't have 3D printing then, and we do have it now. And I'll tell you what, 3D printing is a great way for me to just not pay attention to anything that's going on outside the walls of my home. Is that unhealthy? I don't know, you tell me. Probably. It's not the only unhealthy thing I do on a daily basis, though, so I'm not going to complain too much. Has there ever been a better time to invest heavily in escapism? I propose not. Is it the future? Yes, it is. It's the year 2020 with flying cars and laser robots. Except we don't have any of that fucking shit, because we were all full of shit. All of us. None of us had any idea. That's the funniest thing about the future. To me. It's the funniest thing about linear time, is you'd think eventually we'd be like, maybe let's stop trying to in any way realistically predict what's going to happen even 1 year from now, because at this point we have enough human history to judge that we don't know. Like, it just seems like a waste of time to me. But I guess that's just one of the things we do, huh? Sure. Get this guy's knee. I just noticed a little splotchy there. Manra Fasal, yes I do. I have 2 FDM printers, both Ender 3s, and then I have 1 Elegoo Mars resin printer, and I love it. I love it. I use the Mars for all of my detailed minis at this point, and the FDM for most of my vehicles and terrain pieces. Yeah, I'm gonna want to do some dry brushing. Let me pull out, what red am I going to use from a base? I think I'm going to go with some of this Pro Acryl. I really like how it goes down, and I think this burnt red is a pretty good base. What resin printer do you have, Kat? You can hear that when it's happening, right? I assume you can hear that thing going off. You got the Photon. Yeah, the Photon and the Mars are like, they're the same damn thing. It's like the exact same mechanisms with a different brand on it. I'm going to find an MP Mini to outdo my Venom. Your Venom is pretty amazing. There's a lot of imagination in that Venom. I liked your Vision, too. The one that you posted the other day in the Storm Report. I really appreciate that you're going with his more original comic book color palette, which is a little garish. But, you know, that's the nature of comic book characters, and I feel like leaning into it is better than, you know, trying to... It reminds me of, like, how superhero movies got made in the early 2000s. It's like... I think one of the reasons that Marvel has succeeded so far as a property, as films, is that they are, for once, not acting like they're too cool for their source material. For once. And, you know, this is an arguable point to degrees, but I think overall everyone would agree that the Marvel movies don't feel like they're ashamed to be about what they're about. Whereas a lot of the older superhero movies, even as far forward like into the late 90s as like X-Men, like the first X-Men movie was ashamed to be about comic book characters. I think it's hard to argue that it wasn't, all the way down to having that stupid little remark from Hugh Jackman where he was, what do you want me to wear, yellow spandex? And I feel like the entire collected fan community went, yes, we actually very much do want that. Please stop making fun of me for enjoying comic book characters. And it seems like we've finally kind of outgrown that, and that's nice. And that's what I saw in your Vision. Like, they muted him down a lot for the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies because they have a... I don't want to say they're grounded. Calling those movies grounded is insane. But, you know, the more grounded approach than the actual comics a lot of the time, or at least the comics from the 90s. Yeah, I saw the Deadpool graffiti. I wasn't sure if it was Deadpool or maybe Spider-Man, but yeah. And, I mean, you can hardly blame anybody for that. Deadpool and Spider-Man are like the same fucking guy, visually speaking. I mean, it was some air. It was certainly a nod. It was certainly an acknowledgement of the fact that they were like, look, we're not gonna wear the other costumes. But it was like, it was self-aware in like a bad way to me. It was like, no, we're gonna make him serious and put him in black leather. Like, really? Black leather jumpsuits? Like, that's what we're doing? For the X-Men? Some of the most colorful superheroes? Some of the most diverse and colorful and it's not like the X-Men, it's not like diversity isn't a theme for the X-Men. You know, wherever you stand on social issues, you have to acknowledge that the X-Men were written to be analogous to the outcasts of society. They were the... I don't want to get too much into that one. I feel like that's, you know, off topic, but they're meant to represent the freaks, the geeks, the unaccepted, those who fall through the cracks of society that normal people don't want to think about or even look at. That's who the X-Men are. That's who they're fighting for. And making them homogenous is just missing the fucking point. Making them give a shit about looking cool is missing the fucking point. In my opinion. And in the opinion of a lot of other people from what I've gathered, but, you know, who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? It don't matter. None of this matters. Mix up my red here. Morlocks. There you go, Vesper. Yeah, I mean, the Morlocks are, like, quite literally underdwellers. Like, yeah. I can almost get away with doing some dry brushing on that. I'm just going to put a wee little bit of red on this guy to get a feel for how burnt red's going to look as a base. I thinned that out too much. I wanted it thin. That's too thin. I wasn't paying attention. I put too much water in it. That's okay. I got more. What would cause a brown paint to turn green over time if it was largely based in green pigments? Brown isn't really a color. And I'm sure there's probably some art major out there who could just rip everything that I'm about to say apart. But this is all, you know, street level art theory, if you want. But brown isn't really a color. Brown is a... Is it a shade? Is it a tint? I think it's a shade. Because a shade refers to how much white or black is in something. But yeah, brown is always a shade of a color. It's never really a color itself. So if the brown was based in green and you let it sit for a long time, then a lot of the green pigments probably, yeah, most browns are a mix of reds and greens, exactly. They probably just separate it out. It is ironic. I think that's intentionally ironic, Roland. It's a very... Magneto is a very not a self-aware character necessarily, but, you know, self-aware in the sense that the writers were very aware of what they were doing. They were showing how prejudice inflicted on someone, unearned, internalized by that person, can then come back out of them at a later time as just hate. Just hate and more prejudice. Prejudice breeds prejudice. And that's kind of... Now, obviously, Magneto over the years has represented a great number of things, and this is not a catch-all saying this is what Magneto is, but a large part of the core of Magneto's character is representing precisely that, how hate breeds hate. Even in the victims. The victimized often lash back out with the same behavior that they were victimized with. You see that in school bullies, for that matter. You wind up with... You bully someone long enough, and if they don't handle it well, if they're not given the tools to really process it, they might just come out of that as a bully. This is why, in my opinion, it's important to teach people, you know, how to handle these things. And why just relying on social pressures isn't a good idea, because social pressures will just result in repeats of the same behavior. That's a bit outside the wheelhouse of our usual let's talk about robots discussion, to be fair. I just think it's interesting. Exactly, Datrin. It is ironic. It is ironic. But that's because humans behave ironically. Because human behavior has a sense of irony to it a lot of the time. I'm poor, but that uneven number was bothering me more than it should. Well, thank you, Machine God, for evening that out a little bit. Now we're at a nice even 181. Surprisingly, nearly a third of the way to getting that Lumix G7. You guys are crazy generous. Thank you so much for that. If I get that sometime next year, I'll be happy. How would you prevent the color from degrading, or can you? So, paints over time are going to have issues. There's kind of nothing you can really do about, like if you're just putting it in a box and letting it sit. You can fight it by using it periodically, by mixing it regularly, by making sure that it gets, you know, shaken a good amount on a regular basis. That'll keep the pigments from separating out, but paints will age. Nothing's gonna be good for it. It is a rare paint, though it does happen. Rare acrylic paint that you pull out after, you know, 5 to 10 years, and you're like, oh shit, it's still good. Pigments separate, mediums degrade, you know. Exactly, Roland. And obviously, Magneto has been around for so long that he's been written by a number of different people and come to mean a few different things, but in general, yeah. He saw the world as, look, you're either the oppressor or the oppressed, and I'd rather be the oppressor. And ultimately, he bought into that same Nazi logic that oppressed him, which is, well, I'm better than you. And he saw the irony in their words, that the Nazis would say, we are superior to these other humans because of these superficial features. And he's like, well, I'm superior to you because I can fucking throw metal through the air with my mind. So, yeah. Which, to be fair, it's hard to argue with. Go in there. I think that's most of the red on the Soltic. Yeah, try not to leave it in the sun. UV radiation is going to break down just about everything. The trick is to buy such a large pile of shame that you keep running out of paint before it goes bad. You have to keep painting, though, more friendly. As someone who paints pretty regularly, it's hard to use up paint. Even these tiny little bottles that we buy, like, I will often wind up with a little bit of paint in the bottom of a bottle that I'm like, I don't really want this paint anymore. Because at Globo Gym, we're better than you. And we know it. I fucking love that camera. I love that movie. That movie's funny as hell, you guys. I feel like I want to do more red on this dude, but I don't think the Soltic Roundfacer has any more red on its standard paint job. I guess he's got like some red chevrons. I'll do those by hand later. That's okay. I just wanted to let these base coats dry so I could do a bit of dry brushing. See, it absolutely happens, Dave's mini art. It depends on the paint, too, because some are a real simple mix of pigments, and the worst that they'll do is separate a bit from the medium, and you can just mix them back in and keep using them. Some are more complex. It depends on the paint, Dave. At the end of the day, it depends on the specific paint, how it was formulated, and when, and using what. I wish that I knew more about the process so I could say more specifics on that. I would bet, if I were betting money, I would think that if you wanted to know more about the formulation of paints and why they do what they do, you should look up a YouTube channel called Goobertown Hobbies. I don't know for sure that he has a video on that, but I will say that this dude has some education in, like, chemical engineering, that have led to him making some videos on paint formulation that have blown my fucking mind. Like, I don't think it's all even necessarily useful information for painting minis, it's just he wanted to do it because he cares about it and it's interesting. And that dude, holy shit, gets into some detail, and he's a lot of fun to watch. Honestly, if you are not subscribed to Goobertown Hobbies on YouTube already, you should be. You really should be. Yeah, he has a video on making your own paints, and, like, what pigments are, what acrylic mediums are, how water-based paints work, how companies develop proprietary colors when they're all buying the same pigments. It's really very interesting. But yeah, check out Goobertown Hobbies, you guys. If you're just bored and you're like, I just want to know some shit about acrylic paint, like, check his stuff out. He also has some of the most relaxed painting challenges I've ever seen. He'll be like, I'm going to paint this army in 24 hours, and they'll start the clock, and it's a video of him working, and it's all sped up, and he'll go past the 24 hours, and it's not like, oh no, I didn't do it, oh god, it's all, he's just like, we'll just keep going, you know, he just keeps painting. I love it. I love Goobertown Hobbies. That dude is he's a fucking dynamo. He's a chemist. Thank you, Man Wrote This All. Yeah, I'm a layman. I don't know the difference between any of these things. Alright. A piece of porcelain for my... I don't remember which paints I used last time. That is a rookie mistake. Whatever, we'll make it up. I want to say I used Naga Green. And then maybe cat's eye green. We'll get close. I think I'm going to glaze them together at the end anyway. I'm going to try using some of this Scale Color Inktense green. I've been playing around with these Inktense colors. They're cool. Honestly, these Inktense glazes are really neat. I did it last time on... I haven't finished Iron Man yet, but I did it on his armor. And it's been sitting for a little while now, and I think if you look at it now, compared to where it was the last time I was messing with it, it's so much smoother. The red, overall, is much smoother, you guys. It really kind of shows what glazing is capable of if you've got a good one. I think I would thin it out a little bit more if I were doing it again, because I need to come back in and hit a few more highlights, but I'm really very happy with where it left my overall red. Particularly across the back there. Yeah, people like them Turbo Dork paints. I've heard good things about them. What am I doing? I've got a paint mixer, for God's sake. And really, I should have done this before. I want to put this out and maybe let it thicken a wee little bit. Moth green? Or cat's eye? I think moth green, and then a glaze. I have yet to use any Turbo Dork paints, but I have heard and seen good things from them. I use primarily Reaper, and I'll tell you, these Scale 75 paints aren't half bad. I think the real strength of the Scale 75 is that they thin really, really well. And there are so many super precise colors. Super precise colors. Real tight variation. Going through some of the ones that Greg sent me, I'm like, okay, some, you know, pallid flesh and pale flesh. And I'm like, they're the same paint. It's the same damn thing. It's just they're slightly different. And yeah, that can make a huge difference. It can make a huge difference. I don't think that I'm a good enough painter to really make that difference stand out, but, you know, we get a little better every day. Yeah, it's hard to argue with the quality of the Pro Acryl. They go on nice. Alright, let's do a little bit of dry brushing. Bad. It's force of habit, some air. It really is. This is the green I want. Leave that black green almost entirely down in the recesses. What do y'all paint today? I assume I'm going to see some of it in the Storm Report, but why don't you let me know? Curious. Any interesting projects? Anything that you yourself have sculpted and printed? I know we've got a lot of pretty cool projects going on in the Discord. The Tron Commando? Nice. Nice! Yeah! You were working on that that Tron style with that Irby before. I think that's something you should really lead. God damn it. Caddick, you're more experimental and creative than I am. We can't have this. We can't allow this to happen. You are booted from the stream lest people realize that you're a more inventive painter than I am. I can't allow that, man. I have a certain image to maintain, you know? No, really, man, though. I think that's fucking awesome. It's creative as hell, and I thought that the Tron Irby was really cool. You've been trying a lot of interesting new techniques lately. I've been really enjoying seeing how that ice is going. I'm gonna ease up. I'm actually rubbing some of the paint off the corners here because it only just started to set a little bit ago. But that's okay, because the corners happen to be where I want to deposit paint, so I think I'll live. The future is now, old man. We're doing Carbonic Acid's logo. Alright, alright. Chaos Dwarf stuff, nice. A Chibi Orc! Dave, you're working on a Chibi Orc, Dave? Okay, sure, why the hell not? Can think of worse ideas, right? The Chibork. Painting the top of your paint bottles. Stops copies me. Fuck, cat. You just get yourself a new paint rack or something? Or some new paints? One of the two, I would think. That's usually when that happens. Most interesting bit of my life lately, other than writing, is a foam mattress topper to give me more comfortable to sleep than I've had my entire life. A whopping $40. You know, I did that a couple years back and loved it to the point where the next mattress that I bought was just a straight up foam mattress. I love that thing, dude. Yeah, if you were on the Discord earlier, you would have seen me complaining about some projects I've had to do this week around the old homestead, including, yeah, the cellar that is beneath my game room attached to the bunkhouse was built at least 70 years ago. And we discovered, like, okay, so I move in here, and the walls on it were starting to show some cracks, which is, it's not surprising in any concrete that is that old. It has been sitting for 70 years, mostly unattended, no real maintenance being done. Like, no matter how good it is, after that much time, yeah, it's going to show some cracks. Okay, fine, particularly with moisture shifts and whatnot. But then over the course of the last year or so, those cracks have started to accelerate and get worse and worse and worse and worse. And finally, it's like, well, a big chunk fell out of the wall. So, okay, let's get somebody who knows something about concrete to take a look at it, and we got a couple of opinions, and we discovered, after somebody was like, well, let me dig into it a little bit, like, it's not even technically concrete. At least this is what he was telling me. I don't know shit about, I know what concrete is, for the most part. I know how it comes together, but he was telling me that as far as the nomenclature they use, if something is made out of, like, you just mix it and you pour it, that's cement, technically. You've made something out of cement. If you reinforce it with some structure like rebar, now you've got concrete. This is effectively the difference. Maybe that's just a personal nomenclature thing. I don't know. I haven't checked on it, but this was his explanation. But this was his way of telling me, this has no reinforcement. This has no reinforcement at all. It was just poured. It was just mixed and poured, and they were like, okay, we're done. I see what you're saying, Kat. Okay, fair enough. Cement. Not talking about lower enlisted Navy personnel. But anyway. So that whole cellar stairway is collapsing in on itself, and it's probably got, like, I think the last guy we had out was like, well, basically the next good rain you have, there's like a 50% chance it just collapses in on itself entirely. So that began the process of finding someone, or first of all, assessing how much of it I could do myself easily and what the prices would be. And as it turns out, hiring someone who already has an excavator and knows how to operate it, and has a line on good, cheap dumpster delivery to just come out and do it themselves, is not that much more expensive than renting one and doing it yourself. Concrete is cement plus aggregate. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So, I got a guy coming tomorrow, and they're going to get the excavator in, they're going to dig down, they're going to break up the old cement, they're going to throw it away, and they're going to pour us a new one with actual rebar reinforcements. It's a hell of a process, but I'll actually be able to use my cellar now, which is exciting. I bought a couple of chest freezers to put down in it. I'm doing a real heavy dry brush. You might have noticed I'm doing a very, very heavy dry brush because I'm trying to take away most of the green-black except in the deep recesses and in the shaded areas. I'm going to do a softer dry brush here in a minute. It's a pretty good green, really. I'm gonna go real high with it though, and then I'm gonna try glazing it with that intense green and see what that does to it. So your house wasn't built; it was poured. It's just 70 years ahead of its time, and it's showing it. Well, the house itself was. The foundation of the house is reinforced, and it's in pretty good condition at the very least. It's really just this bunkhouse that I'm pretty sure the story behind it is because this place is it was a farm and a ranch. We still farm the land around it, but we don't farm it. We lease it out to some local larger companies, and they farm it year round, and we just pull a little bit of the profits in. But the house was better built. The bunkhouse was thrown together probably like over a weekend or some shit because they needed a place for the farmhands and workers to sleep. And I just don't think they put that much thought into it. They're like, well, this is what we got. And as part of this, also, we discovered that you have horsehair plaster in your walls. I do have lath and plaster. My walls are lath and plaster with drywall put over them. And that's fucking weird, by the way. Trying to mount things on lath and plaster walls is interesting. Every single time I drill into these walls to do anything, it's a journey of exploration. Put down a little bit more of this green because I'm going to use it. Just 3D print yourself a new bunkhouse. You know, if I had, maybe there's something to that, you guys. Have you seen those big building 3D printers that they've got? It's like a huge rig. It's effectively just a giant 3D printer with like a concrete nozzle on one end. And it moves the head around, and it lays out, and it'll build walls, and you'll see them building walls with it, where it will lay down 2 lines, and a guy will come in with a little chunk of rebar, like a foot long, and just go, and stick it right down in there, and let it set as a reinforcement. But, shit, maybe that's what I should be. That's what I should be doing, is out here building myself a construction 3D printer, and just 3D print buildings all over the damn property. Why the hell not? Who's gonna stop me? Maybe the county, but, they'd have to know about it first, and they don't come out here very often. Not an expert, but I question the long-term strength of those 3D printed walls. It's an interesting question, lore friendly. I think the point of them is mostly conceptual right now. Most of the demonstrations I've seen showing those are under they sort of sell it more as a look what we might be able to do in 10 years of development. Not like, hey, we'll come out and we'll 3D print you a building tomorrow. But more of a, look what people are doing, look how these concepts can be applied. Look how, you know, what's FDM? Something deposition modeling? I can't remember what FDM stands for right now. But, you know, look how this concept can be applied to construction theory. I think with more time and development and testing, though, it's going to be pretty legit. Fuse deposition modeling, thank you. It's definitely fuse deposition, yeah. Though I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm. Fucking 10 points to Gryffindor over here. Did that piss anybody else off? Did anybody else watch the Harry Potter movies and be like, hey, look, Slytherin's gonna win the House Cup, and then fucking McGonagall, like, pops out of a closet at the end of the movie, and she's like, 500 points to Gryffindor! And then they, like, fucking Dumbledore's like, haha, change of scenery! And all the Slytherin banners disappear, and the Gryffindor banners appear, and it's like, do you ever think about how that feels to the kids? Like, every Slytherin isn't fucking Draco Malfoy. Okay? There are kids in Slytherin who are just dudes. I mean, there was like a thing about how, okay, they're all from privileged families or something. But to be told, like, to earn all these points through hard work and achievement all year, and to go to the party that's supposed to be for you because you won the House Cup, and then the headmaster's like, fuck you! It changed! Like, why would you do that? That's terrible. It's awful. I feel like that would breed such angry people. It made me angry, and I didn't even have to, you know, deal with it. Obviously, I get angry about very important things, guys. You've watched Harry Potter, but you've never watched How to Train Your Dragon. No, I haven't. I have watched all of the Harry Potter movies. I'll confess that I watched up through, like, Harry Potter 4, I think, when it was actually coming out, and then just stopped. And it wasn't until maybe a couple years ago that I went back and watched the rest of them. And I'll fully confess that one of the reasons I went back to watch the rest of them is because someone was like, in the Goblet of Fire, there's Robert Pattinson. And I was like, really? Seriously? Like, really young? Cool, let's go check it out. I'm predictable and easily suggestible. I'm a simple man, you know? I see Robert Pattinson, I get pretty excited. Maybe that's not too common. You know what, guys? Fine, I'll watch How to Train Your Dragon. Everybody, like, I haven't heard one bad thing about it. I'm just like, I can't even be like, well, it's a cartoon, I don't watch cartoons, because you guys know that I watch, like, fucking super duper hipster cartoons from, like, 1980 and shit. I will unironically be like, have you guys watched Voltron Legendary Defender? Like, how can I watch Voltron and not watch How to Train Your Dragon? They're both made by, like, are they made by the same studios as How to Train Your Dragon? DreamWorks or whatever? Rogue, I mean, you know, this is 2020. I watch a lot of things. So you've watched all of Twilight. I have not. I have not seen Twilight. I never watched Twilight. I will note to people, particularly those who want to be like, oh, Robert Pattinson, he was in Twilight. Go back and watch the interviews that Robert Pattinson did at the time that Twilight was coming out. And go watch... Okay, don't watch, but maybe read some of the excerpts from the cast commentary that they did for, I think, the last Twilight movie, whatever it was called. Fucking Breaking Wind or something. Robert Pattinson fucking ripped, like, he showed up to the recording session for the cast commentary, just, like, drunk, and with a sack of burgers, and he sat there, just, like, eating burgers into the microphone and talking shit about the movie, like, the whole fucking time. It is apparently just amazing. By the way, I think Quidditch was always a bullshit sport. Penis Land Warrior. I drank all my water. I'm gonna hydrate with beer. There you go. This is for you, man. Yeah, like Robert Pattinson very famously fucking hated those movies. Even in interviews where he was supposed to just say nothing nice about the movie, he would find ways to give not even backhanded compliments.
Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
That is much better content than Twilight right there. But yeah, like, even in interviews where he was just supposed to give PR, he would always be like, you know, I'm not that character, and I don't really like being compared to him. And, you know, like, I talked to the author, and I was like, is this really just, like, the sexual fantasy that it looks like? Because I'm kind of uncomfortable. Like, he didn't like those movies at all. And I think he really went, like, way, way out of his way to separate himself from them. He's been putting himself into film projects that are very interesting lately. And personally, I'm excited as shit for his Batman. I was a little alarmed when I heard that he got COVID. And I hope that he comes out of it without any, you know, negative health effects for the long term. Because the man is a very talented actor. And a bit of a jackass if you watch his interviews. He really flies by the seat of his pants. A little bit more on the backpack. Every time you were... Well, that's kind of the joke. How you doing, Penis Land Warrior? How are things, man? Always good to see you in the chat, my bro. Penis Land Warrior, by the way, another person who I went to high school with. I appreciate your support of the stream so much, man. You've been showing up since the beginning, popping in, making your presence known, and encouraging me, and it means a lot, dude. It really does. I hope you've been doing well, dude. I hope that 2020's treating you, you know, as well as it treats anybody. It's a pretty good green. On to the last one. The Lighthouse. Ooh. Okay, so he has been in a number of truly fantastic films lately. And lately, I mean like the last 5 years or so. I would recommend Good Time. Excellent movie. Really, really hard-hitting stuff. The Rover. Fantastic. Like, I look at The Rover as, if you watch, you know, Mad Max, the first one, and you take from that movie two general possible directions for that franchise to follow. There's the one direction, which is, whoa, these cars are really, really cool. I haven't seen Water for Elephants. It's one that I've been meaning to sit down and watch. There are actually a couple Robert Pattinson movies that I've been recommended that I haven't seen yet. But for the Rover, it's like, okay, so you have the one version you can take, Mad Max, which is, whoa, these cars are really cool, and look how they're racing down the road. Whoa, post-apocalyptic supercars and tanker trailer, you know, battle rigs. Like, that's fun, that's great. And if you go in that direction, you get you know, The Road Warrior, and Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, and eventually Fury Road. These are the logical extensions of that aesthetic, that view. And if instead from that movie you take the part where his family just sort of gets run down in the road by some goddamn hooligans who have no real stake in anything of what's left of society, and there's absolutely no one out there who gives a shit or who's going to do anything about it, if you take that as your primary driving message from Mad Max and continue that, you get The Rover. And in my opinion, it's a fantastic movie, and Robert Pattinson is so good in it. Like, he just blew my fucking... I watched that movie because it is Guy Pearce, not because it is Robert Pattinson. And it was, I won't say the movie, I think Lighthouse is the movie that really turned me on to Pattinson's acting ability, but it was one of the movies that made me go, holy shit, this dude's not kidding. He's delivering powerful performances that I was not expecting. I'm not a big Fury Road fan, so I know it's like sacrilege to say that. Fucking Hethrier like shits his pants every time I say I don't like Fury Road. But that movie just did nothing for me. It was irritating to me because it was like I was writing a better movie in my head while I watched it, which sounds incredibly arrogant, is incredibly arrogant, but it's also how I felt. So, you know, call me whatever names you wanna. And I know that I apply my, you know, sort of cynical lack of suspension of disbelief unevenly to movies, but there are movies that make me want to suspend my disbelief, and movies that irritate me to the point where I'm not willing to. And Fury Road is one of the ones that irritated me to the point where I'm not willing to. When I'm watching it and it's like, oh, this guy controls all these people by having water, and he's, oh, don't become addicted to water. Oh, I control you because I... And he's just like dumping thousands of gallons onto the fucking ground. This is how he's distributing water. And I'm like, if water is legitimately a limited resource, and this is how you're distributing it, you're gonna be a warlord for like 6 months. Maybe. Possibly. And I get that that's not the point. I get that you have to suspend your disbelief for that, and it's a really cool scene, but it's like a dumb one? And that was like how they introduced me to the character and tried to get me invested in the plot, and I'm like, no. Just no. Yeah, fingers crossed for Dune. My fingers are crossed for Dune, and I know that every time it comes up, I say, like, bad things about it, or I say cynical things about it, but I want you guys to know, I'm rooting for it. I really am. Like, I want it to be good. I'm just, like, I've been so disappointed by so many things over the last few years that I would rather think it's gonna suck and be proven wrong, like have a pleasant surprise, than get super invested in it being awesome and then have it suck and be like, ah, fuck my life. Because if I think it's gonna suck and it's great, then it's a pleasant surprise. If I think it's gonna be great and it sucks, then, you know, I'll be deflated. I don't wanna do that anymore. Well, the action scenes are amazing, Samara. And, you know, complete fairness. The action scenes in Fury Road are amazing. It's just the connecting scenes that were like, meh, for me. I loved Hux's story. I thought the story of Hux in Fury Road was, like, really cool. I thought he was interesting. I thought the actor who portrayed him was great at what he did. I liked, fuck, what's his name? Why can't I think of that meathead's fucking name? He played Max, for God's sake. Played fucking Max Rockatansky. You know, Chud Thundernuts, or whatever the fuck he's called. I thought he was great. Weirdly enough, I have seen Turbo Kid. Tom Hardy, thank you, Roland. Yeah, I thought Tom Hardy was perfectly solid. I don't think Tom Hardy's a great actor, but I thought his Max was great because his Max was just like, he was just sort of there. He's just present for events. He's not even really that involved in them. He's along for the ride, sort of observing them, and then he finds a moment to get involved. And the real story was about, you know, Hux and Furiosa and such. And I thought that approach was actually pretty great. There were just a lot of other things wrong. Like the fact that the story wasn't actually about anything by the end of it. And I know people disagree with me on that one. There are a bunch of people out at Wasteland Weekend who will fucking crucify you if you claim that there was no real story to Fury Road, and they will start reading you their fucking, 30-page essays on how it's the strongest feminist message in the last half century or something. I'm just like, And it's not that I don't believe in strong feminist icons, because I'll do the same goddamn thing that they will do over Anderson in Dredd, but people don't want to hear that for some reason. Whatever. My opinions aren't that interesting, I guess. Him in Venom. No, I liked him in Venom. I like Venom overall. I think people were too harsh on Venom. Venom was way more entertaining than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I was the same way, Kat. I went into Venom with no expectations at all. Like, well, this is going to be bullshit. And it was really good. I agree with you on that one, Roland. I think Aliens has some really powerful messages on the strength of femininity and motherhood, for that matter. I think Ripley is... I don't think you'd find many people who would argue with the notion that Ripley is one of the strongest female characters in film history. She's amazing. Ellen fucking Ripley. And not by being some unrealistic caricature of a badass. Not by being a fucking... And I'm loath to use the phrase, but I'm going to use it once. Not by being a Mary Sue character, but by being flawed, by having weaknesses, and by overcoming them. By choosing the things that are truly important and fighting for them with every fucking fiber of her being. By being terrified and facing her fears not for herself, not even to overcome her fear, but for the sake of other people. There is an incredibly powerful message in Aliens. It's too bad that there isn't an incredibly powerful message in literally any of the films that follow it chronologically in the same franchise. There's an argument to be had about Alien 3, but it's an argument I would have, and I'd be on the side of, no, this movie sucks, and nobody should watch it. Green's pretty decently applied. One quick round of this lighter green that has been thickening this whole time. And then I think a glaze, and we can work on the other parts. Ooh, I agree with you on that one, Samare. Farscape has some incredibly strong female characters. The ship, Moya, is an amazing female character. And Moya got a surprising amount of development. Just went and watched some Pat Twilight interviews. He really was... Oh no, I'm not even remotely kidding. Penis Land Warrior, it's a thing. Robert Pattinson didn't hide his disdain for those films, at all. He thought they were fucking stupid and was embarrassed to be a part of them. But he was like, they're paying me money. Okay, sure, whatever. For a character that never spoke. Yeah, for a character whose communication amounted to whoop, whoop, whoop sounds in the background. And Pilot, screaming in pain and going Moya thinks X. Moya thinks this. Moya says such and such. Oh, Pilot. That was a great puppet, wasn't it? That was all Henson, too. That was Brian Henson, I want to say. Ripley and Sarah Connor are strong female characters who have no need. Oh, yeah, no, and here's the thing, Roland. I think that there is a conversation to be had, definitely, about filmmakers who saw strong female characters being made by talented directors, saw those films becoming popular, and then went, I want to do it too, but never really understood what made those characters strong in the first place. And yeah, they had a tendency to just be well, they're strong because the men are dumb. And that's not really fair either. If you want to have male characters who are fucking idiots, that's fine. They had those in those movies. Burke. In fact, I think two of my favorite characters in Aliens are Burke and Lieutenant Gorman. Because there's a distinct contrast between Burke and Gorman in that they both seem to be the same kind of slimy piece of shit in the beginning of the movie. They both reek of the same, inexperienced, corporatized, suits with authority. And as the movie goes on, as decisions are made, as situations get worse, the distinction is made much more clear between who they are as men. Because Gorman was not a bad guy at all. Though I loved Vasquez's last line to him. You always were an asshole, Gorman. I don't think he was incompetent. I think it's unfair to say that Gorman was incompetent. Gorman was inexperienced. Gorman didn't have a chance to develop the tools necessary to deal with the situation that he was in. And to his credit, nobody expected the situation he was in to be that way. Except Burke, who knew better. Burke knew. Burke was equipped to deal with the situation he was in the wrong way. Burke was a bad person. Gorman was not a bad person, and at the end of the day, that distinction was of vital importance. And then you got Hicks, it's hard to argue with how awesome Hicks was. Hicks is the main reason that he was, before I was able to articulate more of the reasons that I thought Alien 3 was a shitty movie, like as a child, before I thought a lot about the reasons that I thought certain things about films when I was just reacting, which to be fair, I still do a lot. The fact that Hicks just sort of dies unceremoniously between movies off screen, they're like, oh yeah, Hicks is dead. I'm like, what? Why would you do that to me? It's very loud in here. What's up, Gabbo Gabbo? There's a little volume control you can use to turn it down. I'm sorry about that. I like to shout my opinions sometimes. No, it's true, Dathan Voltari. He was the... But at the same time, like, they made the point... It's not like they were saying amateurishly, like, Gorman is an idiot. Gorman is wrong. Because the Marines also made some very, very poor choices. I think the point of all those characters is that, Gorman certainly had his problems, but literally nobody knew how to deal with what they were facing. They shouldn't have gone into the fucking atmosphere processor the way they did in the first place, but it's not like the Marines protested it. Though I realize as I say that Apone being a good sergeant wouldn't have publicly questioned his lieutenant that way based on unclear information. Everyone's problem was that they didn't listen to fucking Ripley, ultimately. She was like, look, motherfucker, there are space ants out there, and they're gonna rape your mouth. And everyone was like, yeah, okay. Yes. Xenomorphs. We have dismissed this claim. You talking about aliens? Yeah, tiny robots. I think it's raining outside. Oh, nope, that's in the music. Never mind, ignore me. The fact that they realized only after they had gone into a thermonuclear reactor with weapons that could cause... And it was Ripley who told them that, to be fair. Samare. I feel like they... that's excusable because none of the people in the command in a command position from the sergeant to the lieutenant really understood the nature of the atmospheric processor, and none of them were briefed on it because nobody expected to have to go in there. And it wasn't until they were walking in and Ripley was like, isn't that gonna blow up? That everyone was like, oh shit, no, yeah, it totally will, I didn't think of that. It was an oversight, but again, like, nobody took that mission seriously. Oh shit, Rogue, we talking about Ivanova? Ooh, Ivanova. Oh, I want Ivanova to yell at me. So much. What happened to my moth green? Is it up here? No, that's dungeon slime. Where's my moth green? What did I do with it? I got my Naga green here. There it is. Delenn. Ooh. You know, you're not wrong. Machine God, I ran out of water, so I'm going to hydrate with some beer, and then I'm going to go get some more water in a bit. Kursala, come on, man. That's not... I mean, Darth Vader would kill the shit out of a Xenomorph. Talia Winters, played by... Ooh, shit, what's her name? She was a stunt woman. And I should remember her name, because she's done a lot of cool shit. Help me out, Rogue. I'm sure you remember the actress's name. Yeah, Darth Vader would kill the ever-loving shit out of a Xenomorph. I'm pretty sure he'd be able to feel them coming. Well, there's a question. It's an impossible question to answer. It is an impossible question to answer whether you could feel a Xenomorph through the Force, because only some fucking writer would be able to go, yes, you can, or no, you can't. But, I don't know, maybe you couldn't. Do they have souls in the living Force? I'm actually going to do a rebrush of this other one that I did, because I want it to match the green that I'm doing here, and this green is much more vibrant. This is what I get for painting models that are supposed to be a part of the same unit scheme, like a week apart. You know, you're right. You're absolutely... Okay, Roland has it right. Roland saw through my confusion, because I was not thinking of Talia Winters. I was thinking of Lita Alexander, who was played by Pat Tallman. That's why you said Andrea. I was like, Andrea Thompson? That doesn't seem right. But no, you're right. I was thinking of Lita. She was only in the beginning of the show, and then she came in later with Spender again. Spender? Is that right? Suddenly I feel like I'm confusing characters between this and X-Files. Yeah, Patricia Tallman. Well, yeah, Samare, but that's the thing. Like, Star Wars fiction is broad and inconclusive, because if we're to believe that the Yzala are a thing, and that they're not completely written out of the canon, then technically speaking, there are creatures that you cannot detect with the Force. In fact, there are creatures that can not only hide themselves from the Force, but conceal other things. Because they got, you know, special midi-chlorians or something. I don't fucking know. Because the Force is fucking game-breaking. It's magic! The Force is, you know, the magic of a living universe. It's very convenient for writing purposes. But that's okay, what is it? Special space bullshit. I'd buy that. And then the space wizard uses his magic, and the torpedo makes a 90-degree turn into the impossibly small thermal port, and the evil empire is defeated. And some engineer somewhere on the Death Star watching the readout is like, oh, bullshit! Right before he explodes. It's like, oh, what? Fuck you. That's ridiculous. How the hell was I supposed to plan for that? You want me to build a fucking Death Star? You want me to make a moon-sized space station that can blow up planets with a super laser. You want me to plan for it to fight off whole fleets of starships and wizards. Okay, yeah, sure. Why don't I just make it fucking gravity-proof while I'm at it? But yes, I was thinking of Patricia Tallman, who is a stunt woman. And has done some pretty goddamn cool stunts for that matter. Now, to be fair, I would differentiate very strongly from a storytelling perspective between the sonic screwdriver and the Force. I would differentiate very strongly because the sonic screwdriver is... Well, let me pull the solution out of my pocket real quick because we don't know what else to do here. You got to get through a thing. I got the magic thing to do the thing. Whereas in the good Star Wars stories, in the quality Star Wars stories, the Force isn't just a tool that you use to get past the thing. It's usually the source of your plot, and ultimately the story, the allegory, circles around it. It is integrally related to the story as opposed to being just something that gets thrown in to keep it moving. It's not that it doesn't happen. It's not that writers don't just throw the Force in as like, I can't think of what to do, let's do this. They certainly do. The bad writers do. But there are lots of good writers in the Star Wars verse. In Filoni we trust. Who know how to use it. What about the Underverse? What about the Underverse, Rogue? A fresh, ever-new place, teeming with life. A place that welcomes and cherishes life. Unlike this universe, for whom life is antagonistic to the natural state. But the path to that verse crosses over the threshold. What you call death. I fucking love that part of the movie. I really do. And thank you for the excuse to push my button. Chronicles of Riddick is a better movie than David Twohy ever deserved to make, in my opinion. Like, David Twohy had a couple of really solid ideas in that weird fucking head of his, and he spat out Pitch Black, which is a great movie, and then he was like, okay, we're finally gonna get to continue that, let's go crazy with the ideas and do Chronicles of Riddick. And, it was amazing. It wasn't perfect. It was downright stupid in some parts, but other parts were, like, really compelling. He really went for it. It's one of the most imaginative sci-fi fantasy universes I think anybody has ever come up with. And then they did Riddick, and it was just bad. It was bad. It was not a good movie. It was really dumb. I've never, ever wanted to watch it again. It was just Pitch Black again, but worse. Dude, Butcher Bay, yeah, some of the best Riddick fiction was in those Xbox video games, dude. Butcher Bay and Dark Athena were both great. So much fun. And Butcher Bay went so far out of its way to try to answer the question of how the fuck you trade a pack of menthol cools to have someone shine your eyeballs. Like, someone was like, how do we make that a thing and not be completely idiotic? And man, they had to stretch to make it happen. Because he makes it sound like it's just something you do. In Pitch Black, he's like, yeah, you pay a doctor 20 menthol cools to shine your eyeballs. Like you just walk in and this happens all the time. But then in the game, it's like you're in some secret underworld and the doctor, like, escaped a while ago and he lives off of mushrooms from the pipes and shit. And it's like, you really want some cigarettes, I guess. The combat system in those games were great. I remember the fist fighting was a lot of fun. I so wish that the spirit of the Chronicles of Riddick had truly been carried on in those movies, because the Necromongers are... they're just such a fascinating concept for a science fiction death cult. They have an undeniable sort of logic to them. Like, if you believe what they believe, if you believe that there is essentially another dimension where you can go as long as you give yourself over to it and die at the preordained time, where your life will be ever new and free, and free of all the pain that this universe inflicts on you. If you believe those things, it makes a certain sort of sense. They're on a crusade to cleanse the galaxy of life and drop their models on the ground, because that's cool.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
It does make a certain sort of sense. Like, yeah, life is unnatural. Life is weird. Everything in its natural state is dead, so let's go and just kill everything. It's dark as shit, but from a certain point of view, I get it. I missed this part on these ones. Brighten that up a bit. And I am going to do a quick touch-up with Dungeon Slime in just a few very specific spots, but not many. Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't like the dog cat thing, Samare. I thought that was like... I won't disagree. It was probably one of the best things about the movie, but I feel like that just serves as an indictment of how bad the movie was. Like, saying that was the best thing about it is like saying, yeah, but it didn't give me any diseases, so that's a win, right? That's great. The fact that they felt the need to revisit Johns with, like, the whole, it's Johns' dad. Like, dude, Johns was one of my favorite characters in Pitch Black. I thought Johns was really surprisingly compelling. Whew. Steiner Miniatures, I saw you painting earlier, man. Doing a makeup stream, huh? Cutting in on the old Sunday hours. You get a lot done? Welcome to everybody coming over from Steiner Miniatures. I assume that we've got Dark Fox jumped right on top of the shout-out there. We got 2 shout-outs. You got that double shout-out, Steiner. I hope you appreciate how rare the double shout-out truly is. It's not that rare. It happens all the time. Oh, God, we got a mod competition. This is going to be insufferable. How you doing, Steiner? Did you have a good painting sesh? You get a lot done, man? I'm over here just dry brushing like an amateur. Don't worry about me. Oh, is that SoCat? I mean, yeah, totally. I mean, come on. You can't just go and say things like that and expect nobody in this chat to go 69. Not to raid and run, but I'll BRB. Gotta grab Din Din. You know I love it when you raid and run, baby. Steiner, you have a good dinner, man. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome again to everybody coming over from Steiner Miniatures. In case you don't know who I am, I mean, it's Thunderhead. It's right. It's in the channel name. It's not like a big secret or anything like that. But welcome to Thunderhead Studio, where we paint a bunch of robots and we 3D design things. And we talk about how our taste in movies is better than everybody else's, and nobody understands how cool we are. Isn't that right, chat? Nobody gets us, man.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
This is my favorite book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids,
Ooh.
I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I think 50 Shades is one of the biggest draws of this channel. You know? That's Chaotic Harmony's erotic debut. It's not even smut, it's art.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. I still can't quite explain that one, but it's probably true. I hope you guys had a fantastic stream over there. I hope you got a lot done. More than I can say for myself. Steiner's been working on a lot of that AOS Chaos stuff lately and doing a really pretty fantastic fucking job on all of it. I enjoy watching him work those reds and blues. He's done a really good job shading that Pro Acryl Jade lately. I like his reds, too. He veers yellow, but he doesn't go too yellow. I think Steiner does better reds than I do for the most part, but to his credit, he's been doing a lot of them lately. My taste in music is shit. Well, it'd be one thing if I was, like, personally curating my playlist, but, you know, you can take that one up with Pretzel and Harris Heller. Where's my commands? Why don't you have an exclamation point Steiner command? Is that what you're asking? I'll have to get on that one for you, man. Where's my personal command? What is this bullshit?
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Rinse my dry brush off a bit here. Come in and do some red details. And base coat my white parts with a little bit of a blue-gray. We can start doing some hand details. I've earned it through whiskey. Oh, he's been drinking, I see. That explains so much. Of course, if he's coming off a stream, he's been drinking. He says as he gets another beer. One of the Kursala Orions next to the Roundfacers? Yeah, let's have a look. There we go. Now, he's squatting down a little bit, which I think explains why they're roughly the same height, but the bulk is much more so. Really, the size is not as huge or as oversized as I would have thought. They're pretty close. The Orion is obviously bulkier, but that makes sense from a heavy to a medium. The Orion's 75, 80 tons? Can't remember now. 75, yeah. So 75 tons versus 55 tons. That's actually, yeah, this scale's actually pretty good. Now see the Falcons? Now let's put it next to, because what tonnage did you put the Falcons at? Ultimately. $50 tons. if we assume that the Griffin is denser, then I'd buy this. Which I think it's fair to... I think it's probably fair for the sake of Battletech to just make the general assumption that my armor is particularly dense. You know? I think they look nice next to each other like this, though. Yeah, exactly, Samir. There isn't really any void space inside of a battle mech except right up here inside of its head. Whereas the Falx is going to have crew space for multiple people. And for that matter, probably larger magazines, because the entire magazine for the Griffin is going to be back here in its little backpack, and then the PPC has no magazine. Yeah, exactly, Machine God. If we assume that you know, because muscle is already incredibly dense and weighs a lot compared to, you know, it's the old muscle weighs more than fat, they always say, and it does. It is incredibly dense. So yeah, if we assume that it's the same structure, but in futuristic turbo metals and imposium and unobtainium, then I would assume my armor is pretty goddamn heavy. Not only dense, but incredibly resilient. Kinda like... No, I don't have a joke. I was gonna say kinda like something, and I was hoping I would think of something funny to say before I finished the sentence, but I didn't. And, you know, there it is. That joke is just gonna go untold. Well, it's true, Samir. Battle mechs have bags of holding, but I'm gonna note that when I put these Roundfacers, these Griffins together, when I decided to use this, because this backpack piece is not always on the Roundfacer. There are versions that don't use it, but when I decided to move the missile launcher back and attach it to the backpack and have the magazine from it, I specifically decided, because on this one, because that's something that bothers me, and I'll paint it later, but you can see there are little missiles actually going up this rack and into the launcher to then load and be fired. I assume warheads going up to be fired. So the magazine is in this backpack along with the jump jets, which doesn't sound safe when I say it out loud. But I did account for some internal ammunition storage, even if it's ultimately nowhere near enough, because it's impossible to fit that much storage onto a battle mech. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. For once. Finish cleaning my brush here. What is safe? Asks Cat. What even is safe? What does that even mean? Who wants safe? You know? Not I. I'm pretty happy with this green. I think I'm going to leave it more or less how it is. One of them wound up a little bit paler than the others, but I don't think that's going to be a big issue. Alright, so I got three main colors I want to lay down. My red, my gray, and my white. I'm going to start with my white, which is going to go to... I think I'm just going to go straight to Game Color Ghost Gray. Well, no, I want to go darker than that, don't I? I want to go darker than that, but not too much. Pale blue-gray is still pretty light. I don't have any blue-grays from Pro Acryl. I've got some warm grays. I guess I could use those, really. I think a warm gray might actually look nice next to the green, huh? Oh, that's ivory. I don't want to use that. And my dark warm gray. My light warm gray. A bright warm gray, rather. I think if I base in a mixture of dark warm gray and bright warm gray, and then highlight with bright warm gray, I'll have something that looks pretty good. Though, honestly, if I just base coat in the dark warm gray, and then highlight up by hand with the bright, I'll have some nice deep shadows. So I'll just thin it and do that. What's the worst that can happen? You know? I'll just keep painting it until it looks good. I'm really very unguided today. I usually have much more of an idea of what I'm doing, but I've just been... This week has been nothing but 3D design. Today is the first day that I've thought about painting anything. I'm going to be working on some easier files for the next few weeks, and I think that that's a break my brain needs. Because this dropship has eaten parts of me as I've made it. Which is not as fun as it sounds. Weather coming through and internet's going fucky, gonna call it a night. Hey, Datron, thank you so much for being here, man. You have a good night, and yeah, man, I'll see you on Taco Tuesday. Got some people mentioning the Storm Report. I thought I'd go ahead and mention, for those of you who don't know, we do have a bit at the end of the stream called the Storm Report that is a lot of fun. It's an audience photo share segment. More of a community photo share segment, really. If there's something you'd like to share with us, we'd love to see it. Something creative. A painting that you've done, a miniature that you've worked on, something like that. If you'd like to get out there and be seen, we would love to be the people who wind up seeing it. All you have to do to participate, and let me tell you, it's so easy, is go over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel marked hashtag the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures. And here in about a half an hour when we go to the Storm Report, we will take a look at those photos. And if you'd like some feedback on them, feel free to mention that in like a caption or a message right before. And I'm always happy to give critiques. I can't guarantee that they're going to be the best, the most meaningful, the most, you know, artistically correct, whatever that might mean. But I'll give them anyway, and you can do with them, you know, whatever you want. They're yours to take home. Put it on the mantle. You know, show your kids. But really, I would love if you felt like sharing with us today. I'm a big believer that in order to be an effective creative, you have to be willing to consume regularly the creativity of others. Absorb their ideas, absorb their impressions, and integrate them. Integrate their thoughts into your own thinking patterns as you continue to create. And that's really something that the Storm Report does, I think, for a lot of us. It certainly does it for me. Something I'm working on for the new year are a couple of 30-second videos that I can play at any given time on the stream. And one of them is just an introduction to the channel for when raids come in. And the other one is the Storm Report blurb so that I don't have to keep selling it. And I think that that is going to be an improvement to the stream, when I'm able to just push a button and it'll play a little pre-recorded whoosy-whatsy to give you some idea of who I am, who we are, what we do, and why you should send us pictures of your junk. No, that's exactly what we don't want. Come on, guys, we've been over this. But Datron Voltari, thank you so much for being here, man, as always, and I really hope to see you again on Tuesday, man.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
It's important. Show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. I know, I understand. Believe me, I'm on the internet too. I'm a dude. I have these impulses. I get it. Someone's like, tee-hee, here's my number, you should text me. And I'm like, send a dick pic. Oh my God, just... But you have to restrain those urges. For the sake of everyone on the stream, don't do it. That's never a situation that's happened. Like, I'm describing that scenario, and I'm like, that has literally never happened. Not people giving me their... okay, you know what, never mind. You know what I mean. Could someone do me a favor real quick so I don't have to pull it up? Someone just type Soltic Roundfacer into their Google and tell me what color the cockpit glass is on them, because I don't remember what the Federation Soltics had for cockpit glass. They might have just been blue? I feel like a lot of it was blue in that show, but I've been watching Votom so much that I can't remember the glass on the Roundfacers. And by the end of the show, they were fighting all like Bigfoots and blockheads, so there were very few Roundfacers left. No, who gives Thunderhead their phone number? I'm Chaotic Harmony, and you should tune into my stream, derby-doo. Really, though, you should tune into his stream. It's some of the only MechWarrior Online that I can stomach watching. Amber. Yeah, white frame around the black glass. Looks dark red when the canopy is cool. Well, now I've gotten amber and dark red and black now. Dark amber color, okay. Thank you. Damn it, that was actually not the color I wanted to put on the antenna, but that's okay. There's nothing that can't be corrected. I think it's neon clear.
My name's Cat. My name's Cat and I tell jokes, everybody.
It's a good time for that one to be on cooldown. You're not even on cooldown. I just willed you to be unable to... Oh, damn it.
You're gonna get the bat.
As I was talking shit. Damn it, Dark Fox. We gotta get Cat in on some Among Us, for that matter. I think she'd be a lot of fun.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
God, she sounds so angry when she says that. I would say we gotta get Project Dark Fox in on some Among Us, but we've already chucked him out the airlock, like... Well, a lot. We've done it a lot. So we're definitely going to wind up doing some more streamed Among Us, but I'm also in favor of just some general community game nights, not necessarily on streaming nights, where we play some. In fact, I'm going to tell you guys, I'd be up for some Among Us later tonight. Hashtag Thunderhead hates me.
Oh, Thunder Dude voted for me to go out the airlock. Steiner's in the lava now.
Really though, I'm sorry that we killed you first so often, Steiner. It was not intentional. You can't even think it was intentional, because it was like every person would do it. Well, actually, that does sound a bit coordinated when I say it out loud like that, but it wasn't. Okay? You were just there, and people happened to run by you first. Maybe you just make yourself a particularly tempting target. Maybe that's something you should think about, you know? Consider what it is that you're doing that makes you... I realize it's It sounds like I'm victim blaming over here. I'm like, well, Steiner, what were you wearing when they killed you? Were you paying attention, huh? Were you asking for it? He was. He was definitely. Yeah, Steiner never lived long enough to get kicked out the airlock. Yeah. Seriously though, if anybody's down later tonight, I would probably I'd be able to get into a game of Among Us. I tried to con Chaotic into it, but he had other things to do last night. That's gonna be blue. I'm doing this once before I do the cockpit glass, and I'm gonna touch it up. I very specifically just avoided saying that, Chaotic, because I didn't want to, like, rub it in, man. I'm sorry that happened. It would have been really easy. I was going to be like, oh, he had to get plenty of sleep for that big important, but I didn't. I didn't do it. Because, dude, I want you to keep going. I want you to do another one. I don't want you to be discouraged, okay? This is probably one of the worst years for, like, meetups and painting workshops and shit, but dude, fucking stick with it. You've got a lot of knowledge that you can pass on to new painters, and once you get a couple under your belt that go well, people are gonna be fucking beating down your door to host painting workshops, bro. I mean, pink is pretty sus, to be fair. I remember, like, Steiner had just started to complain, like, well, everybody's always killing me first, and, like, I got, like, the next game, I got Imposter, and I did not even look. I did not look at what color was who. I did not pick him out. I did nothing. I just, the first person to run off on their own, I quickly split off from the group that I was with and took a roundabout path around to get to that person who looked like a target, and they were alone, and I ran up and I killed them, and it was Steiner, and it's like the universe just wanted you to suffer, man, and for whatever reason, I was selected as its avatar, you know? I never asked for this life. I just got chosen as the instrument of your divine punishment. That was a good game, though. I really enjoyed that. I hope everybody else had fun. I realized after going and watching Chaotic stream, like, wow, I'm actually not as clever as I think I am. Like, from an outside perspective, some of my lies really sucked. I gotta work on that. I have the worst poker face, so it's good that nobody can see your face in that game, man. The fact that Chaotic killed Steiner and the double stat kill was almost hilarious. Yeah, no, that one was particularly bad because no one had any way of knowing who they were killing. It was like they just ran into the stack and they hit kill somebody, and the game selected effectively at random who was gonna die. And it was me and Steiner. God damn it. That was ridiculous. But, you know, important pro strat, don't bunch up. Do not bunch up. The reason I took a moment longer than he did was because I was trying to... Okay. I see. I see how it is, Samir. You were very much trying to kill me specifically. That's okay. I see how it is. I defended you a few times. Not in that game, obviously, because I couldn't say anything because I was dead. But you know what happens in Among Us stays in Among Us. I'm not gonna carry that shit with me. I'm not gonna carry any grudges. I'm definitely not gonna seek out and murder Samir specifically at any point. Because I'm above that. Yeah. Fucking diabolical. I cannot do Carl Urban's accent in The Boys. I shouldn't even try to do it. It's amazing for what it is. Anybody watch the latest episode of The Boys and totally fucking catch what they did with Iceman from X-Men? I figure if you watched it, you probably did. It's kind of on the nose, but I thought it was funny. That's why you use Push to Talk, Cat. When you're laughing insanely, just don't. If you watched our games, like, you should know I'm fucking bad at it too. There were a number of times when I killed people and then we go to the chat and I'm just like giggling like a fucking moron. Like, I just give myself right away. Though to be fair, I think more than anybody else, I have pulled off, or not pulled off more accurately, I have just killed people like when everybody could see me. I'm not good at being the imposter. I jump the gun way too often. I don't take the time to be sure that my target's alone anywhere near often enough. Though I will admit that one time, watching Chaotic just straight up murder a dude, and I don't remember who was it, Machine God, who was in the room with you? Like, you killed a guy in electrical, and Machine God just like walks over and sees you, and you just go, oh shit, and you report the corpse yourself. Or I don't know if you reported it or if he did, but then you got in first with the rhetoric. You were like, I just watched Machine God murder this guy. And he was like, no, it was you! And we believed you. It was unbelievable. I mean, obviously it wasn't unbelievable because we believed you, because we're stupid. It's a brilliant game, and I just think it's funny that developers spend so much time trying to be the next big Twitch sensation, and this dude shits out a mobile game a couple years ago, and then time passes, and all of the sudden, it's just the hugest game. The memes are everywhere. Everybody's playing this fucking game. Twitch be damned. Everybody's playing it. Friends of mine who don't play online games are playing Among Us. I'd be down to play tonight, Steiner. I was just saying, like, I would be down for after the stream ends tonight, after I've had a chance to get a bite to eat, I would totally play some Among Us if anybody's down. Just a nice, relaxed game. That is a bit spoilery, Roland. I will say that it's not that spoilery. And I also would say that what Roland is saying, it's questionable, extremely questionable, as to whether or not it's even remotely fucking true. It's certainly an interesting direction that things are going in. But yes, please, no spoilers for the boys. No spoilers. I don't think it counts as a spoiler to be like, hey, the guy who was Iceman in X-Men is in it, and they did something funny with him, because that really didn't tell you shit. But for those of you who watched it, you might not have realized that was Iceman. It's possible, I don't know. I don't know how many of you watched the X-Men movies. It's not like Iceman was a particularly popular character, for that matter. He was sort of there. That's about all I can say for him. At one point he made a wall of ice. That was cool, I guess. Yeah, right? Now you're thinking about it, you're like, oh yeah, that is his face, isn't it? Okay, yeah, that's true. I think that Iceman was probably more heavily featured in parts of Days of Future Past than like almost any of the other movies. That's the thing, though. He was in fact featured in those films quite a lot. He was arguably a secondary character, and he just wasn't really interesting at any point. Was his problem? It was like they could go ahead and feature him in the scene. They could go ahead and give him a bunch of lines, but there wasn't anything they could do to make me give a shit about him. This is probably, in The Boys, is probably the most meaningful acting I've seen that particular actor give. And a very good evening to you as well, the God of Myth. Cha-cha-cha-cha.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios,
These are
where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it! So, I want to say, Roland, I think it's funny that you say that. Now, I don't want to talk about any of the developments, the specifics of the developments for Frenchie as a character. Because they're definitely spoilers. But I think it's interesting that you take those and you go, I'm starting to actively dislike Frenchie. Because I went the opposite way. Like, the most recent developments for Frenchie as a character, I'm starting to understand and like him more. Like maybe isn't the best word, because I don't think they're trying to build him into a character that you're like, I think this guy is awesome, and the best things should happen. I like him in the sense that I find him more compelling now than I did before. His story is more interesting, if not necessarily more relatable. But then he didn't really have that much of a backstory before. We're just kind of getting it now. Exactly, Dave. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not that I'm like, I think this is a super awesome dude and I want to hang out with him. It's more, I'm developing a greater understanding of who he is and why. Of what it is that's driving him. His actions in the latter half of Season 1 and his actions in Season 2 are making more sense with further exposition, which is good. Objectively, that is a good thing. From a writing perspective. He's a character that deserved to be addressed at some point. Because, like him, and I think Mother's Milk has more development than Frenchie did at the end of Season 1. I will say, though, that for those of you who have read the comics or are familiar with the comics of The Boys, one of the primary elements of The Boys that was kind of left out of Season 1 that I think a lot of people were like, what the fuck, this show is supposed to be about them doing this thing. It really seems like they're about to get to that now. Like, they're finally getting to the point where one of the big conceits of The Boys, the comic book, is about to happen. After these last few episodes. And I'm very much looking forward to that. From what I know of it. You know, that's an interesting thing, and I keep saying this when I'm watching it too, Roland. What's his name? Anthony Starr, who plays Homelander? He's not complicated. My feelings on him are complicated because he is a monster. He is a monster. But he wasn't born that way. It's tempting to say he was born that way because he was born with his powers, but it's not his powers that made him a monster. He, in many ways, is a victim. He didn't have to be the way that he is. Someone did this to him in so many ways. It's hard to excuse what it is that he's done with it, but the reasons that he thinks the way that he does, the moral and ethical decision-making that he goes through, or more accurately, doesn't go through, is for a reason, and it's something that could happen to anyone, honestly. It's weirdly relatable, because I think on some level, we all know somebody a bit like Homelander. Or we see bits of Homelander in ourselves. And it's hard, you know? It's hard to look at a character that is that monstrous and be like, I see a bit of that in my life. Obviously not to that degree, obviously not with those specifics, because, you know, he is a fucking superpowered dude. But it's like, I mean, I get it. There are fundamental drives behind his actions that I think we can all sympathize with. Maybe not sympathize, but you're right, empathize is the right word. We can all see ourselves in that scenario and think, you know, there but by the grace of God go I. These are decisions that, yeah, if I was never given a proper moral compass, if I never viewed myself on the same level as these people, like, I get it. I think that in the first season, we got a lot of that explanation when Translucent was talking to Huey. Translucent was much more self-aware than Homelander was, but he was in many ways the same sort of monster. He was much more capable of expressing it. I think Translucent was arguably worse than Homelander because he understood what he was, whereas I don't think Homelander really does. Not really. But he explained it well. He was saying to the effect of, you know, when you've got abilities like this, when you are this person, when this is your life, when you have these powers, when you're on this level, it's hard to see humans as humans. It's difficult. You're told these people are just like you, but they're not. No matter how many times you try to tell yourself they're just like you, I should feel for them, you go through the world and you do your job and you save the day and there are collateral damage time and time and time again, and at a certain point you just start seeing them as walking bags of blood whose deaths don't really matter. Because you are the gods walking the earth and they exist to provide you with context, and that's about it. All the way down to the first death in the series, when A-Train just runs through that woman. And you're so tempted, just like Huey is, you're so tempted to just hate him for what he did. He has that little laugh after he does it, and but once you get context on what his life is, on what state of mind he was in at the time, on what drove him to do it, like, it's not really fair to anybody. And I appreciate the way they're playing A-Train. And I thought that it's ironic. He's the fastest man on Earth and whatnot, but he has to be now. It's not like a luxury. It's a necessity for him if he wants to maintain anything like the life that he's built for himself. He has to be that fast. He slows down for a second and it all goes away. Yeah, no, I'm not even remotely going to complain about an eventual brutal death for A-Train, but in the same way that if they were to just blow a Homelander up all of a sudden, I'd be like, yeah, fuck that guy. What an asshole. But I can't, I don't know, they're not, they're very well-developed three-dimensional characters, and they didn't have to be, and that impresses me with the writing. That they're bothering to do it at all, and then that they're doing it fairly well, is all very impressive to me. There's not been one episode of The Boys that I came out of thinking like, that was kind of stupid. It's all pretty damn good. I've heard some complaints that the violence is a bit overwrought and just for its own sake, but, and admittedly, yeah, they do use violence for shock value, but I don't think it's entirely meaningless. I think that the point is there. They use violence in the same way that I feel like Paul Verhoeven uses violence, which is to make the point that certain people are not as affected by it. Like, it is hyper-violent. It is shocking because it's supposed to be shocking. And it's not shocking to certain characters to make the point that they're just like they're unaffected by it. Chaotic, if you have a specific mini that you want to post and you need to wait a few minutes for it to dry, I will give permission for you specifically, and only you, for this storm report to make your entry just a little bit late because you already know what it is and you're just waiting for the right picture. I understand that, man, and I will allow that. I really love this red. This burnt red, it's nice. It's rich. Notice me, senpai. Notice me. Steiner, man. What you doing, buddy? How much have you been drinking today? It's okay, Steiner. We love you. Everybody here loves you. In it's kind of a detached way, admittedly, but there's certainly love there. Oh, wait, you meant chaotic. Dave's Mini Arts. Getting that sub continued. You know, that's one of my favorite. Dave, thank you so much, man. It means a lot. And I gotta say, you just did one of my favorite things on this stream. Don't get me wrong, I love it anytime somebody subs to the channel. It's a signal to me that I'm doing things right and to carry on and to continue to improve. But Few things make me quite so happy as when somebody gets a gift sub from somebody, like it's immensely flattering that they felt the need to give the gift sub in the first place. But to then have somebody who received the gift sub go, you know what? Yeah, let's keep doing this. That is fucking awesome. Dave's Mini Art, thank you so much. And guys, if you are not following Dave's Mini Art and you enjoy watching or you play Marvel Crisis Protocol and you want to see some painting getting done on those minis, you should definitely check out his channel. Yeah, unless we're playing Among Us, and then I just box him right out of the fucking game, apparently. I swear that wasn't on purpose. Hey, Bishop Warrior with the follow. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Base red done. One last coat on this guy. And closing now. And Dark Fox, yeah, just so you know, go ahead and do allow Chaotic Harmony to get one in afterwards when he's ready. If you don't mind, please. I realize this has been a riveting stream today. I've been doing, you know, dry brushing and base coating. It's fascinating stuff, I'm sure. But it needs to be done. Need to build another mini to give me a loss for words again. Hey, man! I mean, to be fair, that bullshit you pulled with Venom that's inspired, man. That's a 1 in a millions custom work job there. It's just was not expecting it. Do some fun work with the poses like that, you know? I'm always into it. So it's not the sexiest work that we got done today, but I'm pretty pleased with these base greens we got going for the Roundfacer Federation squad here. They need to have their weapons and a couple of their other joints base-coated, their cockpits done, and then this gray worked up towards white. Actually, I see a spot that I missed there. But this will be something for me to work on today and tomorrow a little bit as I wrap up my 3D work on the Borealis dropship. Some nice Griffins so far. Thank you, Samir. Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to get kind of back into the swing of things. I've definitely hit a bit of a stumbling block on painting recently. Griffin Lance. The boys. Me and the boys. Yeah. I want to use these guys as my demonstration pieces for the Borealis dropship. When I do some product pictures, I'll have this squad of Griffins. I can put them in the bays and have them going across the top, and so on and so forth. That and I mean, I kind of wanted to show, I feel like these sculpts dry brush up pretty well. They got a lot of hard corners, you know? What, Roland? You gonna do the boys? You gonna have a mech for Mother's Milk? You gonna make a Frenchie? Because now that I say that out loud, it's brilliant. Yeah. Butcher, Huey, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie. What about Kimiko, man? How's she fit into the Lance? I feel like she belongs in the Lance almost more than Huey does. Huey's like the fucking... I feel like Huey belongs back at command, you know? Huey needs to be on the radio. Jotun Wolf Art with the follow. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm gonna grab another drink, and we're gonna roll into the Storm Report here in just a moment. Ooh. I picked up a sixer of Shinerbach the other day. I haven't had Shinerbach in about 2 years. And I gotta tell you, man, it, tastes like Texas. This was damn near all I drank when I was down there. No, it's pretty good. It's not like knock your socks off, super clever craft brew. Oh my god, you've got to try this beer. Shinerbach is it's just a nice, easy, mellow dark, you know? Oh, it's very pleasant. And it really just, it tastes like Texas. I drank so much of this when I was down there. This was my go-to. This is a lot of people's go-to down in that state. Yeah, it used to be you could only get it in Texas. I'm not sure when they started exporting it, but they've been doing it for a little while. Now, to be fair, Texas is a huge market. You can only sell in Texas and sell to a lot of fucking people. Ooh. Cha-cha-cha. Right? I wasn't gonna say that, but that's like the next thought I have is immediately like what this beer makes me want, or like a couple of Just Burgers with cheese, you know, and like that fucking what's the burger they got there? That's like it's their fucking Texas burger, but it's like a bacon jalapeno cheeseburger. Oh, damn! And they got good chicken fingers. Dude, at Whataburger, they got, like, shockingly good chicken fingers. I would say that, like, Raising Cane's is better. Okay, sure, but that's the only thing that Raising Cane's fucking does. Whataburger does a lot of shit, and they have kick-ass chicken fingers. And they got that jalapeno ranch. Oh! You know what you do? You know what the secret is. You know what the secret is, Caddick? You get Just Burgers with cheese, right? With the fucking mustard on it. And you get extra of the jalapeno ranch little dippy cups. And you take the burger, and you dip it in the jalapeno ranch, and then you eat it. And you can feel your heart slowing down, you know, thud, thud, thud. But it's so good. It's so good. Wolf and Spawn with the sub. Wowzers, how time has flown. Need more Thrawn in my Star Wars. Kind of a non sequitur. But also, yes, I need more Thrawn in my Star Wars, too. Fucking fingers crossed. Fingers fucking crossed. In the future, I'm hoping so much. I don't care if it's live. I don't care if it's animated. I do care. I would rather it be animated. But, you know, however they give it to me, just give me the return of Ezra and Thrawn. Give it to me. Tell me what happens. Filoni, you son of a bitch. What happens to Ezra and Thrawn? What happens? Give me Ezra coming back evil if that's what you have to do. Just give it to me. I'm sorry, Kat. I'm sorry. Did you finish Rebels? such a good show. Guys, if you honestly, like... I'm about to roll into the Storm Report, but I'm just going to take a moment to say, if you enjoy Star Wars at all, God, you are in the best part of it, Cat.
You're gonna get the bat.
Oh, Cat, you are in the best part of Rebels. The beginning of Season 4 is so fucking good. Oh. I'm remembering specific moments from it, and it's like, it makes my heart beat a little faster. You know? Ooh, Metal Core Collectibles, 8 months of subbing. That shit is crazy. Thank you so much. 8 months strong. Shame there aren't more painted vehicles on stream. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're laying down. I got you. Honestly, some vehicles are probably right in my wheelhouse right now. I should do that for the next, not next stream. Next stream, I have something particular I want to do, but next Sunday, maybe I'll do some vehicles, because I've got a few now from Metal Core Collectibles and from Kursala's, Rainy River Designs. And yeah, we should get some painted. Haven't even started Rebels or seen more than the first 5 seasons of Clone Wars. Really? Because the last few seasons of Clone Wars are also, like you're right at the part in Clone Wars where it's like, it's starting to get, like, really good. Like, Clone Wars is pretty much good the whole way through, if I'm being honest. But, like, the last few seasons, 5, 6, and then 7, okay, admittedly 7, I feel like you can skip the first 2/3 of it and just view the last third of it as, just a movie, and just watch that, and you'll be fine. I didn't like the first 8 episodes of Season 7 of Clone Wars. Holy shit, you guys. Yeah, no, finish it. Finish it, and then watch Rebels. Rebels is... And you may disagree with this. You may be like, nah, not right. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just going to say, I have been a Star Wars fan since, like... If I'm being honest, probably since before I could really articulate the thought of being a fan of something. It's been a part of my life since I was a very, very small child. I was born in 1987, so I was born after Star Wars had already happened, really. Not as excited, White Wolf. Like, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm like, you know, whatever it's gonna be. Maybe it'll be great, maybe it'll do some really stupid things. I don't even know anymore. But I've been a Star Wars fan since before I had the words to describe what being a fan meant. I existed in what I consider to be the dark age of Star Wars fandom, that being the 90s, when we got mostly just books. And so that was my Star Wars fandom for a long, long time, was reading the novels and playing the games and imagining and coming up with stories with my friends and you know, sitting around going, ooh, what's the real history of Boba Fett? Who was Jaster Muriel? Ooh. And, you know, I lived through the re-releases. I lived through Episode 1. I Phantom Menaced like crazy. I came out of that movie going, this is the best Star Wars ever, and then had to eat crow when I realized that I was just excited, and it sucked pretty bad. I've been around long enough to fucking hate the prequels and then come back around to appreciating what the prequels brought after I saw the sequels. I've consumed... I'm sure there are pieces of Star Wars that I haven't consumed. A lot of it is the comic books. I've never really gotten that into the comic books. I read like one run of Darth Vader. But I'm confident in saying that I have consumed most Star Wars content that has ever existed. Most. More than half. I think Star Wars Rebels is the best Star Wars that exists. There it is. I think Star Wars Rebels is the most Star Wars that Star Wars has been since the Star Wars. Since A New Hope. Yeah, it sounds like most Star Wars movies. I was just excited, and actually, yeah, it sucked. Yeah. I heard Pedro cracked the shits partway through filming season 2. What does that mean? Pedro shit his pants? Pedro Pascal is probably one of the best things they have going for them in The Mandalorian. Pedro Pascal's an amazing actor. I'm gonna go to. I realize I'm rambling and I'm not doing the Storm Report. Let's get going on it. I just want to say one thing before we begin. If you guys have not seen a movie called Prospect with Pedro Pascal, it was about having to wear the mask. Oh, he doesn't have the balls that Carl Urban does. That's sad. That's okay. Was he even wearing the mask? I assumed most of the time that was somebody else. And they only brought Pedro in when he wasn't wearing the mask. Like, why would you even bother having Pedro on the fucking set if he's just wearing the Mandalorian armor all the time? Like, he should be on a beach somewhere, occasionally calling in and, like, reading the fucking lines over the phone. Like, I assumed it was, like, the sweetest contract you could get with Disney, where you just show up to a sound studio for, like, 1 week, and they use that for the duration of filming. But, you know, seriously, if you like Pedro Pascal at all, and you have not seen a movie called Prospect, and you have, I believe it's on Hulu, go to Hulu and watch Prospect. Mark UK Painting, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're about to get into something a little bit fun. Kat, why don't you go ahead and play us in?
All right, locusts and gentlemex, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Like you. So what have we got? What have y'all been posting? I would hope that Pedro isn't leaving. I think that it would... I don't know if it would destroy the show for Pedro to leave, because he hasn't really done that much acting, but he's done a little bit of acting, and Pedro's great. He's a fantastic actor. In all seriousness, go watch Prospect. It's so good. It's so good. It's not a perfect movie. It drags in a few spots. It's a movie that I find myself, like, I watch it, and like a month and a half goes by, and then I'll be like, I kind of want to watch Prospect again. Like, there's a part of it that I didn't quite get, and I feel like if I go back, I'm going to put it together. And yeah, after a few watchings, I've put together, I think, pretty much everything the writers are trying to get across. It's just, there's just so much amazing acting in it. And so much of it is Pedro. He fucking kills it. Oh, I enjoy that movie so much. Some of the best world building I've seen since the original Star Wars. I'm talking dropping you into the middle of a science fiction story that you have no context of, that you have no real understanding of, that is utterly removed from any reference point in human history, to the point where it's like, well, these people are humans, but it's not clear that Earth exists. And they just, the story is still so human, and you want to know more. It feels lived in. It feels like you could, like, okay, you've got your camera perspective, and at any given moment, you feel like you could turn around and look at what's around the characters, and there would be something there. You know what I mean? And there would be a reason for it to be there. That same feeling I got the first time watching Star Wars. God damn it, go watch Prospect. Okay, I'm done. We're gonna do the Storm Report. Coming up first, we have Rogue 19K's First. Ain't that exciting? Let's have a look. Ooh-wee! Look at that. I think your terrain might be slightly out of scale. But other than that, dude, this is, and I think I've said this about these ones before. This is a good sort of object lesson in color composition. Because, and I don't think Rogue will mind me saying this, you haven't done anything like hyper complex with any of the colors that you've chosen. What you've done is use, and I know you're doing Clan Wolverine, I know that the colors are somewhat chosen for you, but obviously you have some choice in the particular shade and the particular hue of color that you've chosen. And you've chosen blues and yellows that are particularly complementary to one another. They contrast beautifully, and the placement on the figures is fairly inspired. It helps sell the shape of them and the important features from a distance without having to see the individual details. It pops so nicely. And I know I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. I love the use of white on the weapons and the arms exclusively. it creates a sort of a visual language. Hey, WJ, I didn't see you there. How you doing, man? It creates a sort of a visual language, if that makes sense. That makes it easy to tell the details of the mechs apart, even at a distance. Even if you're not really paying attention to the little tiny bits and bobs on the sculpt itself. It's really well done. Let's see, you got another one in here, don't you? Yeah, here we go. Kind of a low angle on him. And I think that this is really, and I think that you'll appreciate this, Rogue, and know that I'm in no way trying to. I'm not saying like, oh, you should have done something more complex. I think this is a great example of doing simple well. It's all you really need to do. If you want to do crazy complex things, if you want to use advanced techniques, like, that's great, and you totally should. But there's nothing wrong with doing simple well. In fact, there's an elegance to doing simple well, because these are the things that work. And if you pay attention to them, and you practice them, and you apply simple techniques, you can get some minis that really fucking pop. I love these things. I don't know, the white on the weapons, I don't know why it grabs me so much. It's well done, though. It's not overly shaded, and I think that that's important because that's sort of, it's cohesive across the way the colors are applied on all the minis. Really, really, they pop just beautifully. Nicely done, Rogue 19K, and thank you so much for sharing. Ooh, we got something from Wolverine DH. Yeah, this is the sculpt that you did. Yeah, is it Gear Falcon? Is that what this is? It's one of them filthy alien mechs, but the sculpt is nice. Yeah, Gear Falcon. Am I saying that right? I never know. I assume it's Gear. Could it be Jair Falcon? Gear Falcon. I don't know. That wasn't even an accent. It was just nonsense. Well, nicely sculpted and nicely painted, man. Wolverine. Wolverine's done some really, really cool 3D files lately. Definitely a guy to keep an eye on. Did some really nice locust sculpts a little while back, sort of aping the CGL style, which I have to admit I'm always in favor of. And now this sculpt's coming out of him. I know the bird mechs have been strangely popular lately, but this is a nice sculpt of it. Wolverine, I look forward to what you do next, man. Not count. What the fuck? What oh, shit. Okay. Wolverine, thank you so much for sharing, man. Really, really nice work on that sculpt and good paint job. I just... We're crossing the streams here. This is... yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm having trouble articulating my thoughts right now. Yeah, the taco really is the best part. And the question mark, he's asking. He's inquiring. It is an inquisitive taco. It's an interrogative taco. Rio, you goofy bastard. Thank you so much for this, man. This is great. We've got to get some of this integrated. We do. I'm planning some overhauls in the near future. I'm going to stop talking about it because I feel like every time I say I'm going to do a project, I feel like on some level I'm moving further away from actually doing it. Even though we're taking steps towards it, even though I have multiple things in production right now, it just feels like I don't like teasing things too much. You know? I feel like on some level when I tease things, you know, you're not wrong, White Wolf, you got a point. I feel like on some level when I tease things like that, when I say, we're gonna do X, Y, Z, you know what I'm doing is I'm tickling that little part of my brain I'm releasing a little bit of that serotonin that you get from completing something, and I should really just save that for the actual completion. Does that make sense? I don't want to be one of those people who says, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And you know the type. You know I say you know the type. It's everybody. It's human. There's nothing wrong with it. But, I'm going to do this project. I'm going to do this thing. It's going to be amazing. And you say it, and you say it, and you say it, and it never happens. It never manifests. It's something I'm trying to fight in myself. Oh yeah, definitely Metalcore Collectibles. Definitely that yappy little dog over there in the man suit. He just talks and talks and talks, and he has designed nothing, and he makes no mechs. He certainly doesn't have multiple really cool designs, and he doesn't make any tanks, and he doesn't make any VTOLs or anything. He definitely doesn't have an extensive catalog of completed products. For Christ's sake, Metalcore, give yourself some fucking credit, man. But I think that we all recognize here in this chat by now that it is hard to give yourself credit. It's hard. I like to think that one of the good things about this community is that we give each other credit. And it's important to see yourself from outside sometimes and understand how other people perceive you and your accomplishments. Because, if Metalcore over here is feeling like he hasn't accomplished much, I just want to grab you by the back of the fucking head and turn your eyes toward the extensive catalog of miniatures that you have produced, man. It's more than I have. If Samare feels like he hasn't produced anything, I want to take your fucking eyeballs and tape them open and make you read your own TRO. I want to make you read the thousands and thousands of words that you have put into Operation Lancaster and understand that is an accomplishment. I'll show you my backlog. Yeah, I know. Believe me, god damn it, I know the feeling. And that's why I know it's important for you to take a step back and I know that objectively, in an academic sense, like, you understand this. It's just like I understand this about my own work. Like, I understand, yes, I've made a lot of things, but you need to feel it. I understand it's hard to feel it. I understand it's hard to believe it, but you have to, because it's true. We all see it. We all believe it. We all know it, man. The things you have accomplished are fucking crazy. And the fact that you want to accomplish more than that, just the fact that you want to do it is significant. The fact that you've done what you've done and you're not done yet speaks volumes, man. And in the case of Samare, those volumes are quite fucking literal. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. See what you bring out in me, Rio? You see what you do with your damn creativity and fucking talent? Jesus Christ. How do I get so many talented people in this damn Discord? It makes me sick. In this Twitch Discord, whatever, it's all the same damn thing. Probably. Alright, back to the Storm Report. Rio, fantastic work, man. Thank you for this. I'm probably gonna bug you for some assets we can use with that fucking goofery, man. Oh, wait. I've been ranting about the fucking sketch. I wasn't the imposter, by the way. This is after Chaotic talked y'all into killing me. Just slowly rotating away. Problem is, I'm, mechanical, and it's not even gonna kill me. I'm just gonna float in space forever. Tundra Dude was not the imposter. Damn it. Dark Fox. Rio, thank you so much, man. That's oh my god. I don't know. I can never believe it when people want to make content that has to do with me. You know? It's... I don't know, it's difficult to articulate my feelings on it. It's always a little surreal. But thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. And here we have coming up, Machine God. Let me go down and read what we got here first. One of my Rommels done. I should do the checkerboard on them, but the decals aren't quite working for it, and I sealed it in preparation for them, so now it's too late. Nyeh. Excuse me, good God. Like this method better than my last? For Boland's Jaegers. Much nicer green. Ooh. Deathworld Forest Green Prime, Wog Flesh Base, By-Tan, Beeltan, By-Tan, whatever, Green Wash, Warpstone Glow, Iron Warriors, Gunmetal, and Shining Silver, Metallics, Eidolon, Clear Purple for the cockpit glass, Bloodstone Red for taillights, Tamiya Clear Yellow for headlamps, Null Oil Wash, Dark Tone Pin Wash, Scaly Hide Highlights, By-Tan Green Wash. Lots of steps. But I think it looks a lot better. I appreciate that you are articulating and writing down your steps. That's something I need to do more often. You are the imposter. So you're not fucking wrong. I may not be the imposter, but I'll tell you, I feel like it most days. Nicely done. And yeah, really, good for you. Write that down in a journal, man. Start keeping a painting journal. It's really hypocritical of me to say that because I don't fucking do it, but it is good advice. Keep a painting journal. You'll thank yourself. Man, that green really works nicely. I think it's worth going through a number of steps on your silvers, too, so you can get an actual decent shadow on them. I like what you've done with the basing, how you've got, like, a couple of... I don't know if it's a road, or they're, like, a couple of worn ruts that he's kind of rolling through here. That's what it looks like. There's a couple of ruts that the treads are going through, like he's following a little worn path or something like that. That's really cool, man. I dig it. Nice work, Machine God. Yeah, worn ruts. Okay, yeah, that's what I got from it. Whew. Nicely done. You're doing more of these, huh? I want to see the Rommels all together, man. Fine work. Thank you so much for sharing. Alright, here we got from Chaotic Harmony. Did a turret today instead of teaching anybody to paint. F's in chat. Chaotic, really, man. I'm sorry nobody showed up today, but I hope that you're not gonna give up on it, man. I really hope that you stick with it. Give it a few more. But hey, man, at least you got something painted. Dude, any day that you do some painting isn't a wasted day. You know? I don't want to look. Don't look at the empty table behind the turret. Look at the seats where future painters will be sitting one day. One day, Chaotic. They don't know what they're missing out on, man. They sat at home and watched fucking Goblin Slayer and beat off or something, and now they're like depressed and hungry, and they probably ate like a whole bag of chips. And then they were like, oh, Domino's is having a fucking deal, so it makes sense if I order 2 medium pizzas and a bowl of pasta. I'll stretch it out over the next few days and have leftovers. You know what they did then, dude? They ate both pizzas and the pasta. They feel like shit right now. They're crying into their empty fucking pasta bowl, wondering what is it that they're doing with their life. And, oh, no, hang on. Shit, no, sorry, you know, no, that was me last weekend. That's, you know, I thought that sounded familiar, and, you know, let's just move on. Nice work, Chaotic Harmony. Here we have from Roland. Ooh, what do we got here? What am I looking at, Roland? This is a neat little print. I love how boxy, it looks, the top looks like a bulldog? Right? Doesn't it a bit? Okay, yeah, that is the turret from a bulldog, but you, like, stuck it onto the, Oh, it's there. Totally not a bulldog. Okay. I'm not even... Admittedly, I'm not even remotely familiar with Steel Warrior Studios' entire catalog. Maybe I should be. Distinct large laser and 2 SRM4. Yeah, I was like, it looks a lot like a bulldog turret. Okay. but just on like an IFV chassis. Nice. Gonna be doing that up in your ELH, that nice sort of Japanese uniform green yellow. I really like that color that you've been working. I really, really like it lately. Well, nice build job, Roland, and thank you for sharing with us. I look forward to seeing that, getting some of that sweet, sweet ELH yellow on it. I assume that you're going to be doing ELH. Unless you're doing something else, in which case, I'd love to hear that too. So, moving on, here we have from Kursala, I haven't done much creative stuff, so here's a picture of my flock drawer. I haven't done much creative stuff, but here's a bunch of shit that I created. You even hear yourself sometimes, Kursala. Nice flock, man. I'm gonna have to get some flock from you. I'm gonna use this moon dust. I'm gonna go ahead and have to get some of the other flocks that you've been doing, because honestly, what I'd love to do for you, Kursala, is review some of them for you, man. I'll come up with some projects that are going to use them. I'd love to use them on some figures, and I'd love to give you some feedback, because I know that can be helpful, particularly when you're getting started off. And I'd love to spread the word. I really would. Everybody's always looking for some good flocking, some good, grits, basing materials. God damn it, Samara, that was supposed to be a joke. Okay, it was not my fault that Kursala accidentally, left a little bit of the dust on the outside of the bag, okay? How was I supposed to know that was going to be the case? It was funny. Shit. Organized about a week ago. Hey, man, you don't have to, that's still significant. The fact that you're pulling it together and actually, making your own stock and selling it, that's fucking impressive as hell. I am the laziest fucking dude in anything even remotely like retail, because I just outsource all of my production and sales to Steel Warrior, and I stand back and pretend like I work on things. Another blend in the works, going to be an earthy / dirt color. Hey, man, yeah, no, I'll, let me know when I can order. Give me the link. I'll hop on there and I'll order a couple of bags of just about everything from you. What just happened? Holy shit, Bulldozer BM2 with the follow. Thank you so much for that, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We are right in the middle of our stream and storm report, where we review pictures from the community. Kept myself busy yesterday. Cobra restock and new variants should be going live on the shop tonight over at Steel Core Collectibles. Going to be a bit before I can paint up the new stuff, so renders will have to suffice for now. Edit. It's all live now in the shop. That an Ender 3 in action? That is, in fact, an Ender 3 V2, which is it's an Ender 3. Has a couple of new features, but it was my second. I've got 2 Ender 3s going, and yeah, I keep a camera on one of them. It's printing up some stuff for a product that I'm going to have releasing later this week, as a matter of fact. Did I say Steel? I'm so... Damn it! I was thinking of Steel Warrior Studios. I'm so sorry, Cybern. Metal Core Collectibles, not Steel Core Collectibles. I was thinking, Steel Battalion, maybe? I don't know. Steel, metal, Steel's a metal, so it's kind of accurate. I just didn't say Iron Core Collectibles, Copper Core Collectibles. That would be as accurate, but somehow further away. Just ordered an Ender 3 Pro today. Really? Is it your first 3D printer, Bulldozer? Those variants are hot. I love the Dozer blades, and the fact that you have multiple options for it. Look at this. What is this? What is this right here? Is this like an ECM suite that I'm looking at, Cybern? Well, congratulations, Bulldozer. That is exciting. Oh, it's a tag laser. Oh, that makes sense. It would, in fact, need to be aimed in that case. Okay. I haven't seen many people represent tags, but that's actually a really good visual representation of it. Huh. That's pretty nice. Yeah, really, though. Congratulations, Bulldozer. I'll say, you got a lot ahead of you, man. You've taken your first steps into a larger world. We do a little bit of 3D printing around here, it's true, and most people in the communities... Resin Core Collectibles now. Most people in this community are pretty involved in 3D printing. I will tell you, Bulldozer, if you're not a part of the Discord yet, and you are interested in having some people around who can maybe guide you through the early parts and a good resource to answer questions you're probably going to have, I can recommend the Thunderhead Studio Discord. There are definitely other Discords out there, like your basic Ender 3 Discord, and some other groups that are really good for that sort of thing. But we have a lot of people who use their machines on a daily basis, and it's pretty active, and we would be more than happy to have you. And like everything that I make for Thunderhead Studio that goes to Steel Warrior is all designed for the Ender 3, for that matter. It's a fantastic printer. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have some trials and tribulations. You're going to have some moments when it's doing something wrong and you just want to rip your fucking hair out. And you're like, oh my god, I've done everything right. Why won't you print properly? Why won't you stick? Why are you coming off the build plate? But we'll get you through it, man. Because once you get past that, once you get it all just running smooth, once you get the right pieces in place, it's going to change the way you think about wargaming, man. Absolutely change it. I assume you're into wargaming based on the fact that you're here. I can't imagine someone would wind up here and not be into, you know, miniatures and shit. But, I mean, I guess it's possible. Oh, yeah, I've got a couple of Cobras, and I need to get them painted. I think, you know, maybe that's going to be what we do. After the next redemption, for next Sunday, we'll paint some 6mm vehicles from Metalcore Collectibles and from Rainy River Designs. I think that's a good idea. Left to right, BC3... 3 MGs and a medium... Oh, I could have fucking read it. Yeah. R5, snub-nose PPC, R4, 2 MGs, SRM2, 2 mine layers, and a bulldozer. Oh, really, mine layers. And BC2A, medium laser tag, and minesweeper plow. Mine layers. Are the mine layers hanging off the back? I would assume that mine layers would be hanging off the back of this thing. Now I want to see it from behind. God. Not visually represented. Okay, they're underneath, as it were. Knee deep in it, man. I know that feeling. 3D printing has changed my fucking life. Let me tell you. 3D printing is the future. There you go. You enjoyed that? Anybody get bingo? Fucking God, these people. I swear. Yeah, we got some Metalcore Collectibles stock right there. Y'all should definitely check out Metalcore Collectibles if you are into Battletech at all. He has some very, very fine vehicles. And if you're into the Operation Lancaster TRO, you're definitely going to want to be acquainted with Metalcore Collectibles, because as far as I know, that's one of the only places you're going to find models to represent some of the incredibly cool profiles represented in that fan project. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Oh, I saw you on stream painting this one. Several days ago, I polished off another one of my oldest commissions from the queue. You did see some works in progress months ago. Excuse me. But we finally finished the piece. I mean, I get what's happening here, to a degree. The Advent Commander has marked the toucan? What the fuck is happening here? Can you help me with this, Dark Fox? Or is this one of those where it's like, I don't know, man, this is what he told me to paint. I didn't ask questions. You know, his check cleared, so here we are. According to the client, the Advent officer says toucan when marking target. Now, okay, yes, Advent speaks in a nonsense tongue. To my knowledge, I've never noticed that what he's saying sounds like toucan, but now I'm gonna listen for it. Yeah, it's all gibberish. It's like what it reminds me of the elites in Halo. Like, it sounds like it could be a language, but it's throaty, modulated nonsense. He thinks it sounds like toucan. You know what? I'm gonna go play some XCOM 2 and see if I can hear what he's talking about. Okay, yeah, sure. Why the hell not? Nice work on that, Dark Fox. Thank you for sharing. From Shadow 31, 15 minutes each of highlights does a whole lot, it turns out. It really did. What am I looking at here? I'm really curious, because this looks like an angry robotic teddy bear that's like skating. A crazy koala? Is this just like the confuse the shit out of Thunderhead day or something? Because it's not that I don't agree. It's that I'm trying to comprehend what it is that I'm witnessing here. Is there like a reference that I'm not getting? Okay, so my initial assessment was correct. Yeah, robotic teddy bear, because that's what I saw when I looked at it. That's also a landmine and that chases you. I mean, to be fair, that does sound terrifying. Like, a landmine chasing me sounds bad enough, but then if it looked like a teddy bear, I'd probably be even more upset. I mean, oh, yeah, sure, yeah, definitely. Well, nice highlight job on it anyway. Ooh, this is looking nice. This is looking real nice. I love these kind of yellows and ochre to orange that you've gone with for this. I know that we've seen this guy before, but you didn't have the highlights down. The highlights really make the edges pop out nice. I love the undersuit. I really love the hexy undersuit. But definitely that sort of ochre that you're highlighting with really makes the panels pop. Very nicely done, Shadow. And thank you for sharing that with us, man. Coming down to Manro Fasal has Raging Heroes, Howling Jackals. Raging Heroes makes some nice fucking models. Ooh! Okay. So yeah, these models are already over the top. I've seen some of these. This chick with the big steel fist that's flipping the bird over here really stands out. But you're really going for it with the hair colors, man. I mean, I see why you would, given the styles that they've got on them. This is an interesting project that I very much look forward to seeing come together. Is this the Noise Marine down here? Is this that limited edition Noise Marine that they had that I'm seeing? Yeah. That's a good model. I am very much looking forward to seeing this one continue to come together, Manro Fasal. Those are some bold colors and some... Oh, yeah, right there. And Chaos Noise Marine. Bold colors, badass fucking models. I love Raging Heroes stuff. I really do. I've got a number of Raging Heroes models around here that I just haven't made it to paint yet. And... I shouldn't even do this to myself. I shouldn't even do the, I should really paint those, because it's bullshit. I should just paint them. Just do it, you know? Tough as girls in the galaxy. Oh, yeah. Nice fucking models. Really, please, Manro Fasal, as you work on these, please continue to post. I'd love to see how they come together. Really, really good color choices. I think they're going to be hot. Oh, this is the Chibi Orc from Dave's Mini Art. That's ridiculous. Somehow still looks kind of scary, actually, if I'm being honest. Like, the chibi proportions don't do much to take away from the burning hate in his eyes. Oh, God. Oh, no. Nice green for the skin tone. Nice highlights, Dave. I look forward to seeing what you do for the pelt and, like, the leather on the wristbands and on the boots. You have a lot of opportunities to contrast with green. I think you've done a really nice job on the eyes. I love... one of the things I love about anime proportion models is that they have eyes large enough for you to actually paint things on. Yeah, Vergaderung, you know me. I won't force myself. I'll be fucking lazy and then give myself shit for it. Really nice work on the eyes, though. Those pop out nice. I look forward to seeing the rest of that come together if you feel like posting it in the future report, man. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing. Excuse me, I'm kind of sniffly today. There's been just some... The air quality around here is terrible right now. Like, those fires are still going, and there was a fire locally in a field, like, yesterday, not far from here. It was like you walk outside yesterday, and it's just... It's like standing next to a campfire. It's been terrible. Our air filters are just black. It's just smoke, smoke, smoke. I haven't seen the mountains in, like, 2 fucking weeks. Ugh. It's... 2020, man. What are you gonna do? From Project Dark Fox, t-shirt design, take 2. Went back for revisions because the airbrushed shading didn't work. More blockier cell-shaded shading. I think cell shading would be you could say that. which allowed for a little bit more detail. Just finished a few minutes ago as of this post. Ooh, a little fresh Dark Fox for us. Yeah, I think we talked about this before. You did this on the previous iteration. You modified the profile of how his shoulders were, because I was definitely getting more of like a hip thrust vibe from him the first time you posted it, and now I'm getting more of like a Striker Eureka vibe, like, you know, bracing yourself to Alpha Strike kind of vibe. Override engaged, a Battletech community. That's pretty nice. I like the stylized fireball behind him too. I kind of like how it cuts out and leaves the black space here. It really helps show the profile of the Atlas a little bit more. You would get kind of lost if you had the yellow in here. Nicely done. Absolutely, Dave. Yeah, go get some sleep, my man. Yeah, it's the Super Saiyan power-up. It's the, in 4 more episodes, you're gonna be in trouble power-up sequence. I gotcha. There should be a middle finger. There should be a double deuce version of this Samare. I agree. There should be 2 things. If this were a just and fair world, there would be 2 variants of this. One where he's flipping the double deuce, and another where he's, you know, pumping the old hips. But, you know, nobody listens to me, so. Nicely done, Dark Fox. This is a great picture I've seen a few times, and I'm really excited to see it here. Turns out I'm going to light up everything that is of reasonable size and has a lot of windows. I have been talking a little bit with Vergaderung about this. This looks great. It looks great. I think that the limitations of it lie in the batteries. I feel like, and I told this to you before, I think, Vergaderung, I feel like the path here, instead of AA's or AAA's, is probably button cell batteries. They're not going to last as long, but this is really, really cool. And this has me thinking, guys, I think it's possible, instead of having to, yeah, it needs more Hans Gruber. Instead of having to mask the windows and paint around them, it should be possible to build into the STL, print in place, snap off window coverings. So, all you should need to do is print it, prime it, paint it with, you know, sprays, something gentle. Maybe not dry brush it, but, you know, prime it and paint it with like a filler primer and then like an airbrush, and then snap off the window covers. And obviously print it in like a crystal, a transparent PLA, and have this effect without having to mask every single window. I'm not totally decided exactly the particulars of how to do it yet, but I have some ideas. And this looks cool enough that I'm going to try it with some of the original release Trinity City structures. So that if you want to do this kind of a project with it, you would have a special version of the file you can print out, paint, snap off the window covers, stuff the lights up its bum, and have a lit city. Trinity City Christmas. Right? Saks Fifth Avenue, eat your fucking heart out. I'm not going to guarantee I can do it. I can't guarantee that I can do it. I think I can. It's giving me ideas, and when things give me ideas, I honestly spend way too goddamn long trying to develop them. I'm going to try it with a couple of buildings, and I'm going to send them to Vergaderung because I want you to test these out, man. If you're willing to do it, I think you're the guy that I would want to do these test prints and see how they look, because, man, you've got a fucking fantastic city coming together. It's really nice looking. Finding a way to have plug-in lighting in them for tables designed around these. See, I'm not saying you couldn't do that, Rogue. You could absolutely do that, but what you're talking about now is designing a whole table around this concept instead of doing them on an individual basis and being able to put them anywhere, and I don't know. There are things you could do to make this more friendly, though. You can build in hollows in the bottom for running your lights and for placing your battery. You could build in spaces to put the switches so that you don't have to flip it over and flip the switch. You could have a space on the side of it where a switch is designed to fit already. The only problem with that is you'd have to use a standardized switch. I don't know. I always liked hiding my switches on my lit projects. I made some really cool ones on Imperial Knights where I cut the cog face off of the fusion reactor on the back and put a button in and then put another cog face on the back of it. So it just looks like the fusion engine with the cog, with the Crux Mechanicus, and you push it and it lights up. And as it turns out, nobody gave a shit and that was all wasted effort, but I guess not wasted effort. I still thought it was cool and that's all that matters, right? Anyway, Vergaderung, that is a fantastic project, and you got me thinking, man. You got me thinking. Thank you so much for sharing. Here we have from White Wolf. I'd take pics in the real, but it's been way too cloudy, and I kind of buggered a knee. Ooh, that sounds uncomfortable. So instead, enjoy the pics of my road to Colonia. 2,526.06 light years to go. Of what was 25.5k when I started. I don't want to look into just how many hours this has been because, yeah, it's been a few to say the least. For the record, my ship can do a maximum of 66.04 light years per jump without neutron stars. So, yeah, we're talking about like 390-ish jumps plus exploration stuffs. Looking forward to the paycheck when I dock. Let me tell you, traveling in Elite Dangerous is actually a lot of fun. I was surprised just by making the flight mechanics fun and by making Super Cruise fun. They actually made traveling, exploration, and scanning into a game that I don't mind playing. Which is good, because that's 90% of what there is to do in the actual game. Make it a spoopy Halloween town. Fucking Jack Skellington in Trinity City. Yeah, sure, I'd buy that. First thought for a Switch, if you wanted to hide it, is just rotate the entire Greeble set on top of the building. Oh yeah, no, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. Have a little spot for a Switch and like a Greeble that goes on top of it, and then you just flip it back and forth. Like, that would work pretty well. I'd rather have it on top than on bottom, honestly. Friendship Drive, engage. I really enjoy traveling at Super Cruise. It's a lot of fun. It's one of, you know what Elite Dangerous has is one of the best representations of what faster than light travel in Star Trek is like. Because if you don't think about it, you're just like, yeah, warp. They don't represent it very well in Star Trek, and I give them, credit that it's hard to represent the concept of generating a warp bubble around yourself and then expanding space behind you while contracting space ahead of you in order to transit through space without really moving the distance that you're moving. That concept of, distance dilation. It's not represented well in Star Trek. In Star Trek, it just looks like, then they go real fast for a while. Which, from the outside, I guess is kind of what it would be like, relativistically, it would be like, yeah, they're just going real fast. But the truth of it is that you are compressing and expanding space around a bubble of pseudo-reality, and the visual representation in Elite Dangerous, the way that you move, the way that you speed up, and then the way that your speed shifts relative to gravitational bodies around you is enthralling. It really is. I know it's a pain to do in Hex, but I do miss my right-angle turns on streets, and I miss my T and plus intersections. Don't ask me, WJ. The fucking civil engineers of Trinity City, they made those decisions early on. It's a strange place. Though, it's fair to say, WJ, I do have right angles and T intersections in the Hexless version. It's very, very difficult. Here's the thing. You can do that in Hex. You can do it in Hex. The thing you can't do is have right angles on the streets in Hexes and also be able to run down the street every time. And it was an early design consideration for me. I always wanted you, because they're streets, I want you to be able to move down the street in a straight line. And the only way to do that is to orient all the streets to the 6 primary directions of a Hex. So 30-degree angles. So yeah, some sacrifices were made, but I think ultimately it results in a better-looking table. What's next? Trinity City roundabouts? More like hexabouts, am I right? Am I right? That's stupid. Ooh. Well, that's a shiny paint job you got there. I like that yellow. I don't recognize this ship. This must have been added well after I left. Which one is this? It looks like it's got a fun interior on the cockpit. It's just a little fella with a big old engine on it. DBX. Yeah, this would be a planetary ring here in the background. That's one of the other really, really cool... Oh, that's the Diamondback Explorer? Okay, that actually came out a short time after I left then. I just never got a chance to use it. Yeah, a frame shift drive with a seat attached to it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll tell you, planetary rings are another really, really fun feature in Elite Dangerous. It does scale really, really well, where you can see the ring a long way away, and it looks like a ring, and the closer you get, and then you finally reach a point where the asteroids start to become individuals, and then when you're in it, it's just a field. It's crazy. And then going, sort of in and out of the plane of a ring can be really, really cool. Man, it's been a long time since I played Elite Dangerous. I don't have any reason not to play it. Like, I'm set up to play it. I got my fucking VR rig. I've got my HOTAS set up. I've got the game. I've owned it since it came out. I should dig into it. I should do so many things, though. I feel like I had Did I have the Diamondback Scout? What did I have? There at the end, I was using a Diamondback something. It was a mean little son of a bitch. I had it rolled up with a couple of the steady fire gimbaled lasers. And I was using it to go after Type T's and just sort of saw their cargo holds open, scoop a few things, and run off. That was a good time. Cerberus FOX-5T is the designation. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, was it on there? Oh, yeah, right here. It's the Cerberus. Okay. Well, it's a hot little ship. And thank you very much for sharing, White Wolf. I'll tell you, if I jump back in, I'll hit you up. When you get back to the galactic core, as it were. You're not wrong, Rio. You're not wrong. Here we have coming down from Kursala. Decided to work a bit more on my diorama. 2 square feet. Going to be split into 4 sections clockwise from top left. Rough terrain / badlands. Foothills, possibly with snow. Lake and river, definitely sandy. Grassy meadows. Did you just edit this as I was reading it? Yeah, you did. You did. That was sneaky. Okay. Yeah, alright. See what you're doing. Grassy meadow with a gravel road. Probably have a handful of trees scattered everywhere. Okay, obviously not the actual galactic core. That's not what I meant. Into the bubble is what I'm talking about. Yes, Rogue, I'm talking about the bubble, not the actual core of the galaxy. Because that's just a fucking star forge, and you don't want to go there. I like how you've mapped it out. This is going to be a fun one to watch come together. Because you're right at the stage now where, unless you've got it in your head what it's going to look like, it's a little difficult to see. You get the idea, like, the gravel road's going to be there, and I can kind of imagine it. But I love seeing projects like this at this stage, because it just shows you what you need to go through to really get to those good-looking terrain sets. I hope you keep sharing that with us, Kursala. I want to see them come together. Here we have, from Samare, my recent entertainment. Had it for years, but was reminded last week about it. Good show. Sam got cut short by a couple of episodes. Astonishing to think it was originally supposed to be made at the rate of 1 episode per day. Per day? Jesus. It's now, okay. A buddy of mine, when I was in California in the barracks, was into this show. And he was a bit of a douchebag, this guy. And so I didn't really want to hang out with him that... Like, okay, he was a good dude to go into town with. He was a good guy to have with you at the bar. But, like, spending 4 hours with him in his barracks room? Oh, my God, dude. It was... You have friends for certain times and certain things. And he was not the sort of friend that I wanted to watch a whole fucking show with. But he had all this, and he was really into it, and I kind of wanted to watch it. And in retrospect, I wish that I had just stuck it out. I've watched like 1 episode. I might have to dig into it though, because it's come up a few times recently, and people have all had decent things to say about it. It's a shame that it got cut short though. It happens to so many good shows, doesn't it? Well, thank you for sharing, Samare. From Robin361. Ooh. Well, that's something, isn't it? Holy shit, I don't recognize this model, but that's not surprising. I don't pay attention to a lot of GW releases lately. Look at that. Look at the galaxy wings on this son of a bitch. That is bold. Talk about bold. That's a fucking, like a... I was gonna say, this model looks incongruous to the rest of it. This is a model that was stuck on where another rider was originally supposed to go, is what it looks like to me. Did I read that wrong? No, it's Robin 361. You just Rodan 361 on here. Okay. I gotcha. Really, though, speaking of bold, look at these tufts. And look at the edging that we have around here. For that matter, there's a lot of pink in the dirt. This is garish in a way that I really appreciate. Nice work on these pieces up here. This is probably the most mundane parts of the model, these armor plates that you painted, compared to the galaxy wings going on here. This is a fucking fever dream, man. This is like a fucking bad trip. This is cool. I like it. Oh, it stands out, Rodan. This model fucking stands out. If there's one thing this model does, it is stand out. I like how, like, his skin is a galaxy, because you know where you can find the black hole, ultimately. Under his wings, what are you guys thinking? What's wrong with you? Jesus. Did you drop LSD while you painted? The pink rim, really, is just, it's the part of this that says to me, I don't give a fuck. I'm painting what I want to fucking paint, and you can like it or not. One thing this model does not do, subtlety. No, I agreed. Subtlety went out the window in the concept phase. Damn. Yeah, I was about to say that, Rodan. You said most of the time they're painted really dark colors, and you wanted to do the opposite. I would say that even the galaxy effects are often done much darker than this, but you've used a huge array of colors and some very, very bright spots in it. You've got magenta in there, you've got blues, you've got oranges, you've got yellows. It's almost painful to look at, and yet when you say to me that this is a chaos beast, I'm like, yep, that makes sense. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if I saw this in real life, I would be confused. I feel like it's almost, it would have that sort of, that non-Euclidean effect, where your mind looks at it and you go, well, that's not right, that's entirely wrong, and then you stand there like an idiot trying to make sense out of it while it rips your fucking head off. Really nicely done, Rodan, and thank you so much for sharing that with us, man. Woo-wee! I'd love to see some more in that series. Let me tell you what, here we have from Samare. Series may be meh overall. It is. Utter crap start, much better second season, I wouldn't know, but the latest addition to the Eagle Moss collection, the Discovery, is rather pretty ship. Flawed, even for a Star Trek/Federation ship, but pretty. I'll tell you my biggest problem with this ship. And it's not the overall visual design, because you're right, it's pretty. It's a very pretty ship. It has a nice profile, it has sleek lines, it harkens back to the original series in a way that just tickles me. It's the fact that the pizza cutter spins, and it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. And I know they were like, oh, it's part of the mushroom drive, or fucking whatever their explanation was, but it... Really? The saucer has to spin? I mean, okay, I guess. Sure. Why not? A Discovery pizza cutter needs to be... You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Yeah, Rio, it's like... It was never really explained in a way that made any sense, but something to do with the shroom drive meant that the pizza cutter had to spin. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It was... Somebody thought that it would look cool. Yeah, Steiner Miniatures loves it, so you know that it sucks. You know? I'm sorry, Steiner. That was mean. I'm sorry. It was just... You set it up, man. They make Star Trek pizza cutters, my roommate had. Yeah, but of all the enterprises that deserve to be made into a pizza cutter, the Discovery is definitely... Like, it already is a fucking pizza cutter. Well, thank you for sharing the latest addition to the collection, Samare. You've got a good number of ships, my man. And here we have Speak of the Devil, because he's painting a few Steiner Miniatures. That green, man. And really, like, it's a fairly simple effect that you've done overall, but it's well realized. You've got on this upper surface a nice gradient of dark to bright green, not too terribly bright, but vivid the whole way through. All of these are very, very saturated greens, dark greens. Like it's a non-metallic metal effect where you've got, you know, these sharp contrasts here where you go dark to light, dark to light, dark to light, and then overall dark to light going in the opposite direction, and then these nice edge highlights. And the fact that this weapon has so many edges on it really gives it a great effect. And then you've got the same greens over here for a glow effect coming up across the chain and onto the lower arm. Same thing for the axe, but because this obviously has, I think, fewer... Oh, no, this is like a lightning effect. Yeah, so you've done the same lightning effect here across the blade of the axe, and the same, you know, dark to light, and then the edge highlight. Really nice greens. Really nice greens. And then you've kind of dulled it. Ooh! Ooh, the blood splash effect, man. I wasn't seeing that when I looked at it the first time. That's nice. That's really well done. Really, really fine. These end up being really, really thick a lot of the time. What did you use? As a like a... Would substrate be the right word? Probably not. As a structure for it. I did. I definitely would have meant starships. Yeah, no, I'd love to know specifically how you did that blood effect, Steiner, because that's really fucking nice, man. Oh, that cloak looks so good. It looks so good. This is such a perfect example, and this is almost a textbook example that you wound up coming up with as far as how contrast can work across the same fucking color. Because this is that Pro Acryl Jade, and then into the shadows, all of the shading here is that Pro Acryl Burnt Red mixed with a little bit of black mixed with the base Jade. And it came out so nice, man. Like, okay, I suggested you try the colors, but you did this paint job, man. And it wasn't until you got to the highlights and the little scratches and those little touches that you work in that it really came together. And can I just say, really also fantastic shading on this gold here. It does so much for the overall look. Oof. Really, really nice. And the green, as always, I love these claws on this fucking dude here. These talons. The green is hot. Real hot. Nice. Nice work, Steiner, and thank you so much for sharing with us. And then we got a little bit here at the end from Chaotic Harmony, slipping in at the end. God, this Commando had so many small little armor panels. Yeah, they really do that on the new CGL ones. And you're really going for just every single armor panel. It looks cool, man. You know, for some reason this reminds me of... Well, I don't know, I guess for some reason. I think it's pretty obvious. It reminds me of playing laser tag. It just looks like I'd run around a corner and this is somebody that I would see in a yeah, enhanced imaging. There you go. In fact, that's a good excuse. These are your enhanced imaging ones. Yeah, the Battletech cartoon. Yeah, you're right. We fight for the users. On the other side of the screen, it all looked so easy. Yeah, picking up on what WJ is saying here, if you're going to continue this style, this is a good way to learn more precise brush control, and this is a perfect project to start getting used to the idea of using the edge of the brush for your highlighting instead of the tip of the brush. If I were going to look at these, and first of all, let me just say, fucking cool idea, and nice execution. These look excellent. If you were to say to me, what could I do to enhance this? What is going to enhance the look of this is crispness. Whereas in a lot of other paint jobs, you're looking for those blends, you're looking for maybe some chunky colors in the right gradients. You have no gradient on this paint job. It's the nature of it. There is no gradient. The most gradient you could do is arguably you could vary the color of the green as you go down an edge, but ultimately what you want is really, really crisp edging. No, I see what you mean, Chaotic. Yeah, for the internal parts, like under the sort of pec plates, yeah, it's really hard to get the edge in there. And you did a fantastic job on it. What I'm saying to you is keep doing this, because the more of these you do, the better you're gonna get at that technique. And when you're done doing this project, when you get tired of doing Tron mechs, you'll be better at doing edge highlighting altogether, and that's going to make all of your paint jobs better, because that technique can be applied to a whole range of colors, a whole range of concepts. It's a great learning project. A bit of touch-up work to thin the lines. Yeah, that's another thing you can do, is you could come in with black and sort of work on your brush control, doing very precise lines, just thinning the green down a little bit at a time. Use layers of thin black so that it's not blacking everything out. So you got to go over it a couple of times on each one. It'll take a little time, but it's one of those things where the time that you spend doing it is practice that will make your later paint jobs better. Yeah. All in all, though, I love this fucking idea. And that commando looks awesome. I love how you've repeated it on the base, too. So the whole thing is cohesive. It's really cool. But, like, for example, like right here, and obviously you were doing this while we were streaming, so this is in no way actual critique. But, like, if you could come in here and just straighten this a little bit, kind of knock this little swell off, maybe ease this corner out, like, because that crispness is going to make it makes a difference on paint jobs like this, Yeah. What green are you using, Caddick, out of curiosity? If you don't have... I am good for the moment. I'm just about done. Thank you. Depending on what paint you're using, using Tesseract Glow. Can I recommend Vallejo's Light Livery Green? It is a... Well, that might actually end up being about the same. I don't know. I'd kind of have to put them next to each other. I know that Light Livery Green is really just an incredibly vivid yellow green that I think would work really well on this. Using it because it glows under you. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's honest. That's a better idea than what I had, frankly. That's fucking... Well, in that case, show me these under a UV light, Chaotic. I want to see them. Hell yeah. And that's the time when those crisp lines are really going to pay off. If you could get these lines, like, real crisp, oh my god, under that light, they would look fucking awesome. All in all, Chaotic, awesome work, man. I love the concept. I love the execution. It just excites me. It just excites me to see you trying new things. It's like all of your projects that you're doing these days. I'm always like, why don't I think of that? Well, I'm just painting boring mechs. I didn't know that it glowed under UV. That's really cool. Man. Chaotic, thank you so much for that. Thank you for sharing that. Wasn't there... Didn't you have a voice clip in here originally, or did you delete it? I would swear that there was at least one voice clip in here. But no, you wanted to get more pictures in, apparently, huh? Okay. Alright. Okay. Because that'd be 3 submissions. No, I got you. You gotta respect the rules, man. You gotta respect the rules. That's just fine. I was kind of like... I was kind of hoping there was going to be one, because I feel like I fixed the fucking audio for the Storm Report tonight, and I was going to be like, haha, Chaotic put one in so we can actually use it. Oh, hey. Alright, I'm allowing it. I'm allowing it. Because I asked for it. AMP Services. That spells AMP Services. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let me go ahead and turn the music down just a wee little bit here. Boom, down to there we go. And yeah, before the mods notice, let's go ahead and play it, baby.
It's him! Thunderhead literally killed this guy right in front of me, and he vented! The crew all jabbered amongst themselves at this new, shocking revelation. Thunderhead sat in silence for a moment to let the flurry of discussion pass, and then began to speak. His smooth, honeyed words were heard by the crew, and one by one he saw them begin to nod along with his points. He couldn't help but smile inside of the spacesuit he was in as he worked his silvered tongue. Fools, all of them. They couldn't help but listen to him and believe his lies to be the truth. Then, when the counter reached 0, he was surprised to find himself being ejected from an airlock into space. But why? What? He thought to himself. Because Thunderhead is always sus as fuck.
What? That's not how the game works. You can't. Damn it. A player can't always be sus as fuck. That's a fundamental violation of the way that Among Us functions. Now, that said, if Chaotic Harmony's speaking, he's probably guilty. Steiner Miniature, you're not sus as fuck. You're just attempting target, I think. It would have been perfect right before the Among Us gift, right? Yeah. Clan Wolf recommended I pop in and check you out. Well, I'm glad you did. You got us right at the very end, Amp. But I hope that you like what you see, and I hope that you wind up coming back, because we are just about to end things. Now, I think we're accurate today. Yeah, we are going to be back doing some more painting on Tuesday, the 29th. I should have a Storm Chaser Redemption up and ready to go, and it may very well be one of these here Toad Smashers, because I'm excited to get some paint on those Orions. They're so damn cool looking. Doesn't get to play long enough to be sus. It's not strictly wrong, actually. Yeah, well, you know. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We'll know. We'll know on Tuesday, White Wolf. We'll find out then. And then we are going to be playing some Dead Space 2 coming up on Thursday, October the 1st, getting into the fall season with class, with dignity, and with copious amounts of stomping people's fucking heads and arms and legs off, apparently. Project Dark Fox, happy birthday to you. Thank you so much for spending part of your birthday here with us today. I wish that I had bothered to find out ahead of time so we could have done something other than just wish you a happy birthday. But dude, I hope that you had a fucking great one. I hope that you've had a great day today. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, I'm probably going to be throwing together some Among Us a little bit later, so I hope you can spend part of your birthday getting thrown out airlocks unfairly and accused of things that you didn't do, because, you know, that's a great way to spend your birthday. Passing the fuck out. Well, you know what? That's your prerogative. And I hope you have a fantastic sleep. Let's see who's doing what. Who's painting? Zambies? Zambies the only person painting? Hang on. I know Steiner ain't, because he painted all day and then rated us. Oof. What is it? We got a smaller streamer here, it looks like, going. I say smaller, actually, not really. 46-2, painting some D&D minis. And hang on, no, we got one more. Ooh! Teal Sakire is doing some oil painting, and it is their 2-year streamiversary. I like this guy. He's got a good stream. We're going to go over there. We're going to say hi to him, and we're going to wish him a very happy streamiversary. How about that, guys? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Let's make that happen. Guys... Locust and Gentlemax, my sincerest thanks to each and every one of you who came out today. Guys, it's been a fucking fantastic stream. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the follows. We got a number of new followers today. That really just means the world that you guys, you come in, you stick around for a bit, and you think, yeah, I want to see more of this guy. I want to hear more of why I'm wrong for liking the movies that I like, because Thunderhead says that I'm wrong. That's probably my draw, right? I mean, what else could it be? I should think about that some. Anyway, yeah. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you to Dave's Miniar for continuing that gift sub. That really just means the absolute world. Big happy birthday to Project Dark Fox. Dark Fox, thank you for being here today. And a big thank you also to our excellent mod extraordinaire, Cat Ion. I will be back Tuesday the 29th. We'll be doing some more painting. I hope to see each and every one of you fine people here. I'm going to send you over to Teal right now. Wish him a happy streamiversary. I'll be over in a minute. I'm going to get something to eat. Until Tuesday, everybody, keep on painting.